Hello, everyone. Welcome to Greater Restoration Charity Fun Good Time. Last day, I think. Last game, I think.
Last game.
Okay. Well, welcome, everyone. I hope that you've had a fantastic weekend watching all the games that have been happening here. We're going to play a little bit of a spooky, scary game today. But before we jump into that, I want to remind you all that we are here playing this game, raising money for Take This, a fantastic organization destigmatizing mental health and getting the conversation started and all of those things. So there are some incentives that you should be able to find in chat if you want to help or perhaps hinder these players a little bit during this game. All your donations are going towards a wonderful cause and to help make gameplay a little bit more interesting as well. So feel free to donate as much as you want or spread the word that we're here, hanging out, having a good time, raising some good money. But speaking of us being here, before we jump into our game, I'd like to introduce you to these lovely players that are here with me. And then I'll tell you who I am before jumping into this game. So I'm going to throw it to the wonderful Jamie. Hello, friend.
Oh, hello. I didn't expect to go first. Hi, I'm Jamie Wolf. I am an artist and variety streamer. You can find me all around the internet as Jamie Wolf or at Jamie Wolf Art on the weird bird app that's slowly imploding. You can also find me over on the Huntsman's Hydra, where I am a GM for Fire in the Dark, a Blades in the Dark game that is in Season 2.
Yay! Wonderful, wonderful. Nyx. Hello,
Hi, everybody. I'm Nyx, pronouncing him. Bog standard internet silly person, maker of shiny baubles, and purveyor of things, mostly variety streamer on Twitch, and I just kind of putter around my house making grumbly old man noises and hanging out with my cat.
Yay, fantastic, wonderful. Waffles.
Hi, I'm Waffles. You can find me at GM_Waffles, where I talk about autism and mental health and cool GM stuff. You can find me on Waffles Maple Syrup, where I run a channel with the other half of Waffles Maple Syrup, which is my partner Syrup. Particularly right now on Tuesday or on every other Thursday we play Outcast and Outclass, which Maria is a part of, and we're gonna be getting back into Season 2 very soon.
What happened to Maple? Waffles?
Where's
Maple?
We don't talk about
Maple. We'll never ever know. And last but absolutely not least, Marvin.
Hello. I am Mervin. Find me as Mervin's Musings on just about all of the things. I do a lot of charity streaming, mainly for Extra Life and Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Mostly right now, I spend my time playing games like Deep Rock Galactic with friends, and occasionally coming in and causing a little chaos like the tabletop.
Heck yeah, rock and
so,
stone. Let's go.
He, him pronouns, and looking forward to a good time.
Fantastic. And I am Maria. I use they and she pronouns. You can find me on the internet as Happy Capster. I'm a variety streamer, voice actor, and TTRPG performer and content creator on places such as Waffles Maple Syrup and Only Play Wizards, and of course sometimes doing charity events like this one here. I'm going to be your manager for the day, and these are my employees. So welcome everyone. We are going to be playing The Company, written by Logan Dean. It is a corporate satire horror game. It's very good. You should go check it out. And you're gonna see and learn more about it here. So strap in, everybody. Get comfy, get cozy, as we dive into the Eurydice Incident. Good Morning, employees! Welcome to another fine day here at the company. If you're hearing this, congratulations, you've been selected for your next assignment. Please make your way to the landing pad in 30 minutes and meet your transport and team. We continue to look forward to what you can bring to the company. You're all woken up by this message being just a little bit too loudly broadcast into your personal quarters, alongside a notification that you have a briefing waiting of what is presumably your newest company assignment. As the night, it's sometimes hard to tell in the large company facility that you all work in and live in, because it is just a lot more convenient that way, for the company at least. You each either wake up, are awake, or elsewise prepare yourselves for your next assignment. So I would love, as a way to introduce your characters, to one, let me know what your characters' names are, let the people know, and also what they look like and what they do to prepare for this or other assignments that they usually go on. We can start with, let's go backwards. Mervin, why don't you introduce us to your character and how they get ready for their next assignment?
Oh God. Okay. My character's name is Jedediah Knight. He goes by Jed most of the time. He is a little bit of a tech nerd. Most of the time, whenever he is getting ready for a mission, he starts out by checking all of his equipment, running a debug on his PDA, doing some little tweaks to his little drone friend, stocking up on the energy drinks, and just in general being a smug nerd. Best way I know to put it.
Fantastic. Cutting over to one of the other quarters that are here on this company grounds, Nyx, why don't you introduce your character and what they do to prepare for this incoming mission?
It's Jeff. Jeff gets the message and sits up in his unrealistically tidy place. Like, they're quarters, yes, but they're uncomfortably tidy, even for quarters. And just grabs his kit, which everything is in there, doesn't need to check it. Nobody touches my stuff, and I know exactly where I have everything.
Perfect. And what sort of work does Jeff typically do around the company?
Engineer.
Ooh, okay. Perfect. Panning over, maybe next door, maybe a couple of doors down, Waffles. Tell me a little bit about what your character does to get ready for their next mission.
Yeah, so Dr. Silas Wells was already up, kind of sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking over, like, imagine the camera like pans over his shoulders, and all you really see is like his bloody hands and a bloody scalpel. And so he wipes it off real quick, puts it in its little pouch, grabs a bottle of pills, and heads out the door.
Terrifying. Excellent. And then just a hop, skip, and a jump down, passing quite a few quarters at this point. Jamie, would you like to introduce us to your little gremlin, please?
Yeah, so in the room, despite its size, is probably a bit jarring to anyone who looks in, because it is a collection of pastel pinks and whites to color. And in the corner of the room, there is an ungodly amount of a collection of squishmallows and squishies and different stuffed animals. What is not known is that underneath all that is where the bed is, and from out of that, amidst that, a head kind of pops out, and that is Leica. Yes, named after the space dog. Leica is 4'6", ambiguously somewhere between the ages of 12 and 18. It is almost impossible to tell. Has very long reddish hair and usually dresses in either super large fluffy coats or overly large sweaters. And their pronouns are they, them. And Leica starts kind of hurriedly getting together a small like field research kit, as Leica's job amidst the company is they're not used to being sent on missions. They're a scientist who specializes in mathematics and chemistry. They don't like to leave.
Incredible. Well, in your various states of preparation and getting ready, getting prepared, the brief that you were all given is pretty sparse. Although, for those of you who have been on missions, that's not necessarily a new thing. As you are making your way downtown, one would say, some of you walking fast, at some point, maybe you glance through the brief, maybe you decide to wait until the long transportation to wherever you're going to read it. But regardless of when you read it, this is generally the information that you are given. The mission that you are all on states, 1 day ago, contact was lost with Eurydice facility. Immediately after arriving on Orpheus platform, you will be dispatched and descend to the Eurydice facility 20,000 feet under the water. All of you know that this is a research facility. There is a very, very deep trench that is under the water that Eurydice facility is located next to, and typically a handful of scientists, researchers, etc. will be there for a couple of months doing some work, come back, swap out, clock out, all of those things. But to the extent of the work that goes on there, it's kind of on a need-to-know basis. And this is the first time that you have needed to know anything about this facility. You have 2 mission objectives. Your primary objective is to recover 4 personnel keys that are on there. Your secondary objective is to rescue surviving scientists and collect any specimens that happen to be remaining there. That is, aside from the time frame, which you are given 7 hours after you dock on the Eurydice station to fulfill your primary objective, or else you'll be cut off for 5 hours as there is a large storm that is rolling through and will inhibit your return trip. Other than that, that's all that you are given. Get down to the station, recover some personnel keys, recover any surviving scientists if there happen to be any, grab some specimens, and come home. So, with this wellspring of information, you all eventually converge at the landing pad here on the station. There's a helicopter that is sitting there waiting for you. You're all quickly shuffled on with little pomp or circumstance, and a short 3-hour hop that is very, very loud and not conducive to a whole lot of conversation takes you to the Orpheus platform, the home base for researchers to come and go after their 3-month underwater tour. You are once again quickly escorted to a small diving pod, just big enough for all of you to fit, drones and all, and the autopilot of the diving pod begins to take you down 20,000 feet towards the Eurydice facility. And this is truly the first time, perhaps, that you've all met or worked together. Maybe you've worked together before, but you do have a bit of time to think to talk, to prepare yourself for whatever is about to happen.
I do have a sense of curiosity as to what everyone else is thinking in regards to the fact that there is this, again, like 4.5 foot seemingly child on this team sitting in a seat, just like squishing like a squishy, just like sitting in their seat waiting.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Silas Wells walks up and he gives you a quick look that is like, that you can probably register as like, all right, this is a slightly odd situation, but he's also used to these odd situations. And he just looks at you, stares a moment, shakes his head, and goes and sits down like across from you.
Just settling into my seat and taking notice, just kind of quietly. Like, I've been enough of these that, like, I understand the company does what the company does, why the company does it, and there's a probably good reason that they're here. I'm just going to focus on getting my job done.
Pretty well. All Jed does is have a seat, and he's basically pulling as he's waiting for the take it down. He actually pulls out a little old school Game Boy and is sitting here playing Tetris as he as we go on down. The familiar sounds of the Tetris music playing in some earbuds in his ear.
Fantastic. Conversation or otherwise, if any happens on your way down, it's a fairly slow process going through, though none of you have to pilot this little pod. It seems to be well equipped to drive itself. After a rather elongated stretch of silence, you all feel the pod kind of shudder a little bit, as you can tell on the displays. It seems to have docked on the roof of this large structure. I also forgot to mention in your brief was also included a map of the facility. But there is a place for you to dock on top of the pod bay, and there is an automated voice that plays inside of the pod, informing you that station pressure equalizing. Pressurization will complete in T-minus 5 minutes. And there's this kind of like very subtle sound coming from the other side of the hatch, which is actually on the floor. A couple of you may have tripped over it a couple of times on your way down here. But after about 5 minutes, the light that's in the center of this hatch shines green, informing you that the pressurization has stabilized, and you are now safe to leave the cabin. Hatch is easy enough to open up. You can see below you there is a ladder in a fairly dark space underneath it. But the Eurydice facility is yours to explore now.
Snatch up my bag and make my way in.
Same thing. I throw my little Game Boy back in its in the backpack, shoulder it, and start making my way down the ladder.
Uh, Leica will slowly get to their feet and probably once the coast is clear, probably just grab the sides of the ladder and do the full just slide straight down like it's a fireman's pole.
And the doctor will follow, and kind of as he climbs down the ladder slowly, you can kind of hear him whistling to himself.
As you all descend this ladder, it deposits you in a fairly spacious, round room. Everything here is constructed out of a dark gray metal, and you can see that there are some strip lighting that should illuminate this room, although they don't seem to be working at the moment. You can see that there are some dim emergency lights, enough that it illuminates this room, although it makes any shadows stand out even more starkly. There's little in this space outside of 2 corridor access hatches, labeled S02 and S08. A small red cabinet hangs on the wall with a white cross on the front, and you can see there are 4 large cages that each house a deep sea exosuit near the ladder that you entered from. You all can kind of feel that the air in here is slightly musty, and you can see small amounts of moisture clinging to the metallic walls. But that's probably just because it's an underwater facility.
Leica will pull out the map and look at it. So, which one of you is good with machines?
That would be me. Are we talking like physical or digital?
Probably a little bit of both, honestly. Leica will turn the map around and point to the 02 where it says power server control room, and 2B where it says life support. If there's any issues that are easy to resolve, then these would probably be the place to start to make sure that there's at least to get a diagnostics on what's happening, and also if the life support system is online for any survivors. Plus, it's directly connected to the crew quarters, which would probably be the best place to start looking for people. So I figured that if we could get some kind of rundown on the mechanics of what might be going on power-wise, it might help us understand what's happening.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Oh, good. Especially since I essentially need to get here, and Leica will point to the laboratory section that's above the crew quarters. Specimen retrieval is usually the company's highest priority, unfortunately, above people.
I mean, it depends. Are the people specimens this time? Situation unclear.
Situation's always unclear. This is why I don't like coming out here. This is very less. There's so many more uncertainties than there is when one is just dealing with infinites.
Yeah, let's get to that life support.
You all go ahead, or at least you, Jeff, head towards the large hatch, easy enough to open. And on the other side, the room on the other side is completely dark. There's not even emergency lighting here. Outside of LED lights that seem to be lining one of the walls in what looks like large server racks. There's one panel on that wall that has just a full patch of red. Other than that, unless you have a light source, it's pretty dark in here.
Leica will pull out.
I do
flashlight.
have a clicky little headlamp.
Fantastic.
you see when Leica pulls out the flashlight, they immediately pull out and immediately begin like shaking it as rapidly as they can. It's a kinetic battery. You have to, so that it doesn't run out, you just have to shake it. It was inspired by shake weights.
What are the Doctor and Jed doing while the the techie and the excited shake waiter make their way forward?
Yeah, as soon as we got down here, the doctor pulled out his scalpel and has now been just kind of twirling it between his fingers. He's offered a side comment now and then of, like, he's here to keep the people alive, and their job is to lead the way, but otherwise he's been relatively quiet and kind of giving a sense that he's been, like, on plenty of these missions.
Jed is actually, as he sees our engineer and everybody go toward life support to check that out, he's actually setting up his little drone using the perk that I have to get ready to kind of search the facility out, see if he can see anything that's going on the using the camera of his drone.
Sure. Yeah, practice.
It starts to lift off, and he's watching it on his PDA, and starts sending it.
Sure.
Ahead.
What kind of lighting do you think your drone has? Do you think it has like a headlamp, essentially, night vision? What sort of lighting do you think it's decked out with?
It essentially, I would say, because unfortunately the perk doesn't really give a whole lot to go off of, so I would say it would probably have just like the standard little drone lights, like little headlights, basically, next to the camera.
Great.
And the camera is probably very light sensitive.
Okay. Fantastic. So as engineer, scientist, and drone light the way into the server control and power room, it's very easy to see that there are indeed a lot of panels that look like they might be able to slide out to expose some of the server or any other those sorts of mechanisms in there. There's no computer interface in this area. It looks mostly like a housing space. You can see that there is a ladder that leads up to a small hatch in the ceiling. From this distance, I would actually love everyone to make an aware check for me. To do that, again, you'll roll a d10 for each check mark you have in your aware. And you're looking to get an 8 or above for a success.
Okay, so if I have
such a high number.
If I have 2 check marks,
you'll roll 2 dice. And you're only looking for one of those dice to be an 8 or above.
All right, I got 1 8.
Fantastic.
9.
Perfect.
And a 5.
A 5. All right. And Mervin, what'd you get? Sorry, Jed. Jed, what did you get today?
Well, as soon as Roll20 cooperates, and I got a 2.
A 2, fantastic. All right, so we'll you all do see the same thing. Some of you take it perhaps a little bit better than potentially others for your own purposes. On the ladder, you actually see a handful of things, all at as you're taking in this room. The first thing that you see as you're kind of seeing this ladder, it's the thing that kind of sticks out a little bit, is that there is some discoloration on it. And as you take like a step or two closer, you actually all see that it does look like there is blood on the rungs of the ladder as it goes up. Unfortunately for Jed and for Jeff, perhaps you weren't anticipating it. Perhaps it was something else about this specific thing kind of throws you off a little bit. You both are going to take 1 stress, which doesn't do anything unless we have to resolve some burnout later. So make sure you mark down your 1 stress. There is a handful of other things, though, as you all light up this space. You see a slick, translucent substance that covers most of the panels and even part of the floor. But with those of you who have this pretty substantial lighting, you see between kind of trying to wedge itself between 2 of these very small panels, a pile of dark black and red flesh sticking out, just kind of wriggling a little bit. As your light hits it and it lingers for a little bit, it pulls itself out, and you see a strange worm-like chitinous creature with 2 heads that just is a little bit gnarly. One of them kind of looks like a centipede-like head. The other one looks like if you took a giant pincer and just lined it with teeth. There is a picture in the Roll20 if you're interested. But yeah, it's a little bit of a nasty thing. But as you see it, and as it sees your lights, it begins to wriggle and scurry away far too quickly. Everyone does take 2 stress from seeing this strange thing, as it begins to very quickly head towards what looks to be a maintenance shaft or conduit or something close by. What would you all like to do?
I would like to immediately pull out the knife that I am carrying and kind of like take a stance and kind of scan, because it's retreating from us.
Correct. It is running away from you. Yeah,
Okay.
towards like the opposite side of this.
I kind of want to scan, because I've got my headlamp on, and do one of these to see if there's anything else stuck in the corners waiting to drop or wriggle.
Would you say that this maintenance shaft looks to be big enough that the drone could potentially follow this thing down it a little ways?
Yeah, it does look the size that your drone could fit in there. And in fact, it looks large enough that all of you could fit in it. It would be a pretty tight squeeze for some of you. For Lake, it would be less of a squeeze, but technically anybody could fit through it. There is a grate in front of it, but it doesn't look like it's welded on or anything of that nature. Looks like you could probably take it off if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, I'm not going in that shaft. That's what I have a drone for. So then I'll move the grate just a little bit so I can get the drone in there, and send the drone ahead to kind of see if there's anything to be seen, if there's anything more of those creatures.
Sure.
Down that shaft.
Sure. As you head over there to do that, this little wriggly creature gets there definitely before you do, and you all watch as it just squishes itself through the grate, kind of like jelly almost, and disappears into the grate before you get there. You can see as you approach it, it leaves behind this like kind of thick, yellowy, viscous goo on some of the little links of this grate, and a tiny bit of a trail that you can see going through. But yeah, you start to take some work to open up this hatch. Jeff, you said that you were taking a scan around, doing a quick glance around, looking for anything that's strangely red and flesh-like. You don't see anything else like that in this room. Just a lot of LED panels, a lot of which are either off or blinking red. And the ladder that goes up to what you can see now is labeled as S2B, Section 2B.
Leica will kind of watch this thing kind of wriggle away and kind of just, as it goes, be like, a semi-chitinous bicephalopod, no extruding appendages, seems to be physical, secreting an odd chemical substance. I will name it Carl. And then they will sit down and pull out their travel research kit and start and like you see them pull on like a set of disposable latex gloves with just a kind of set it up, and we'll start collecting samples in test tubes of the viscous yellow liquid in order to and we'll start trying to like figure out what this thing is secreting.
Okay.
And while Laken's doing this, or Leica is doing this, the doctor will walk up and, no gloves on, just kind of swipe his thumb over the viscous yellow liquid and like bring it up and smell it. He won't lick it, but you know.
The smell, and Leica, you kind of get this too as you've been handling it a little bit. It's slightly sulfurous in smell, but it kind of has. It is a bit slimy, but there's a little bit of like a grittiness to it. That the two of you can kind of infer perhaps it's because they're very close to they're close to the bottom of the ocean, or in some strange, salt water or something, perhaps. Maybe something else. That's the best you can infer so far without any sort of analysis equipment. It does have like a little bit for you, Dr. Wells. As you put it on your hand, it does have a little bit of after a minute or two, like a numbing sensation on your fingertips, but it doesn't spread or anything, just where this yellow stuff was.
All right.
Dr. Wells, if you're gonna be touching this stuff, and Leica will hold out a set of disposable gloves, at least follow proper scientific protocol.
The doctor just kind of looks down a moment. I will if it deems to be dangerous. Otherwise, I'm fine. Thanks.
Anything that is unknown should be presumed dangerous.
We'll each do it our own way. I'm here to keep you alive. And it gives you a big smile.
Okie doke. Don't blame me if you turn into Carl. And then Leica will go back to trying to figure out what this is.
Meanwhile, Jed, you've been working on getting this grate off, kind of having to work around your two doctor or doctor-adjacent friends. And it's not too hard. You have adequate, ample tools to pop this sucker open, and you send your little drone into this cramped-ish space. Does your drone have a name or any sort of moniker or anything? I feel like this is really important.
I hadn't really thought about that. I shall name him Squishy. He shall be my Squishy.
We love it when our drones are squishy.
Exactly. It hurts less whenever you hit yourself in the face with them. But no, he really hasn't given it a designation just yet beyond its FFA FAA number.
Hmm.
Being a registered drone pilot and everything. So he just kind of sends it on down, and he's watching it on his PDA, which he has named Lucille. Uh, he's watching it on Lucille as he just kind of navigates it very slowly down the hallway, or down the maintenance shaft,
Hmm.
in the hopes that if he does run into one of these things, he doesn't startle it into eating his very expensive toy.
Perfect. There is, as an aside, there is another large hatch door that does lead into section 3. That's quite close to this maintenance hatch, just to make sure that you're all aware of that. But as your drone heads through this maintenance shaft, kind of following the remnants of this yellowy goo, the goo kind of dissipates about halfway down, and you reach another grate on the other side. But you can see through it just a little bit because your drone does have lights. And you can see into another round space that you... I'll actually have you make an aware check for me to see what you can pick through the grating and the drone feed and everything.
One aware check coming
Mhm.
up. Let's see here. See what we got here.
Looks
That's
like a
not
7
terrible.
on my
It's not an
end.
8, but it's not terrible.
True.
Yep.
Ironically, in the system of the company, 2s and 7s are the same. A little less harrowing than the last time you saw it. But with this, you are able to make out some things through the grate. Not as much as you want. Perhaps it's a little bit frustrating because you don't have the full scope of your capabilities to be able to see everything in there. Maybe it stresses you out a little bit as you take one stress. But the things that you do see in there, there are once again not any lights in there, although you do see that there is what appears to be a computer terminal. You can also see with your lights that there seems to be some plastic sheeting that's been affixed to the ceiling to block off one of the kind of corner areas of the room. But beyond that, at least with your drone's visibility, you're not really able to see anything else unless you can get the grate off.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to do that from here. I'm going to turn the drone around and make it fly back toward me, kind of turning the camera up and down to make sure there's nothing on the ceiling, there's nothing on the walls, that if I were to walk down this hallway, this maintenance shaft, I'm not going to lose anything that I'm particularly attached to.
I find it wonderfully comforting that you think you would be walking through this maintenance shaft because you would absolutely be tummy army crawling your way through there. So thankfully, that does mean that your drone is able to catch the entirety of this space. And there is nothing like that that you can see. Nothing that appears to be able to jump out at you or anything. It does appear at this moment to be an empty, albeit slightly slimy, maintenance shaft.
This is why I always try for office work. I don't have to play in the slime.
Speaking of the slime, is Leica getting anything from...
Once the drone returns, I'm going to stow it in its case and then look back at Jeff and the doctor and Leica and say, there is another room ahead. It looks like it went in there. I do see a computer terminal there. Maybe I can get some more information as to what's happened if I can get to that computer terminal.
Well, we probably need power for that, which, Leica will look at Jeff like, can you fix the power?
The room that we're in with I'm gonna take a look at the nearest board full of red lights and
Mhm.
see if I can get some kind of an understanding of why light red.
Sure. I will have you make an engineering check, which is, I believe, our first career roll of the game. For those watching, there's two different stats of skills. There's your normal skills everybody has, and then career-specific skills. If you fail a career roll and your teammates are around you, there is unfortunately a team stress side effect. So you want to try to do your job good, and you don't want to let down your teammates who are hoping that you'll do your job good.
Perfect. So I just roll a d10 for every check.
For every check you have in engineer. A 6. Now, I should have asked you this beforehand. Do you want to spend any of your health, drive, or add any stress to add dice to your pool?
No.
Okay. Perfect. So with a 6, you look through here, and it is a little bit different than kind of the tech that you're used to. But you do know enough, at least, to know there's something weird with the power. You can infer that by the fact that there's no like light power in this room. Beyond that, though, you kind of like pull out this large panel. It slides out with a little bit of stickiness, and it is just wires and mess. None of it looks damaged, so you're not sure where the issue is. So you are going to take 1 stress from just the terrible wire management of this place. But you do have enough common sense to think there might be more success if you are able to access a computer terminal to see what's going on than just poking at the wires that are in here that look messy but do seem intact.
Question. Sorry, Nix, go ahead.
Here's where we need to make a choice. Do we want to make sure life support's going to stay online before we go check out your secret tunnel computer? Or do we just want to head for the computer?
Life
Life
seems
support's
important.
kind of important.
Yeah, I'd recommend life support too.
But looking at it, at the panel that he's got off, is there any kind of like a USB port or serial port or anything like that in this panel that I could potentially plug my personal data device into?
There doesn't seem to be in this room. This seems to be more so like a storage facility for all of these server banks as opposed to actually accessing them. So unfortunately, you kind of come to the same general conclusion that if you were to interface with something, it would have to have some sort of computer interface, and this just seems to be data and wires and cabling just kind of all in one space. Leica, you said that you wanted to make some headway onto seeing if this thing has some stuff to it, right?
Yeah, I wanna look at the Leica is researching the slime, the slime in the coconut. No, the viscous yellow slime is probably doing some very basic tests on it, like seeing how it reacts to acidic solutions, basic solutions, neutral pH solutions, seeing like generally its effective properties on various things. We'll definitely be asking Dr. Wells if it had any effect on their skin when they touched it.
Sure. So, do you have a specific perk or item that's allowing you to do this, or is this just I just
I
wanted
have
to
a
make sure
field
that-
research kit
Okay.
that I get to have on me.
Perfect.
So that's one of the items that I get to start with.
Love that. Fantastic.
Which,
So that gives
mean-
you a +1 to research, which is fantastic.
yes.
So I will have you then make a research roll, adding an extra die for that +1. I will let you know up front though, in case this changes anything, that putting the time into doing the research, definitely doable, definitely something you could do. It will advance the clock. You do have a total of 7 hours to get in, get the things, and get out, and this will take you about 2/3 through your first hour, if you wish to continue doing that.
Are one, and look at the group and be like, are we all okay with that? And two, can, while Leica is doing this, people look into the life support system if we do decide to go with that?
Sure, I would let you do that if you wanted to do both of those things at the same time.
So then, looking at the rest of the crew, do we have time for me to research this, or do we have to go?
I mean, Jed and I can go up and take a look at the life support and make sure that's at least going to stay operational. And then the doc here can stay here with you and just kind of give any kind of a holler if some kind of crawler comes out of the vent.
Yeah, I don't see that being a problem at all.
Okay.
Hello.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there we go.
Sorry,
Oh,
my mic
you're here.
wasn't working. That sounds good to me. I will stay with the kid and make sure this yellow slime doesn't do anything.
I'm not a kid.
You're not. How old?
17.
I will stay with the kid and make sure the slime does not do anything.
What did I just say? Someone's... You're denser than a set of irrationals. Alright.
Perfect. So you can go ahead and make that research check, and then I question for the doctor, since you are also there. There is an option to do a collaborative roll, which means that you can also add your skill to a roll that someone else is making. The downside is if the roll is a failure, you will also take the stress that would be given to this other person. That's an option for anybody to take, especially if there's multiple checks that need to be made or multiple successes that need to be made.
I will assume my skill is 0 anyway, so no.
Okay.
That's fine. Because of my research kit, I get 3 dice
perfect.
in this, so... research is what I do. It is what I am meant to do.
Fantastic.
It is what I'm
Great.
here for.
We'll set the difficulty as at a 1 for this one.
Okay, that's a 7.
A 7.
So,
So that-
no dice.
That's your highest one was a 7?
My highest one was, I got a 2, a 6, and a 7.
Gotcha. Yes. So the unfortunate thing is you have a kit that is prepared for standard what are carbon-based life form type things. Blood, other bodily fluids, potentially some sort of like plant material, some strange chemicals here and there. All of the testing that you're doing is yielding 0 results. Nothing is reacting with this thing. It's almost like you just decided to like spritz it with water with the effect that it's having on this thing. So you are going to take 1 stress for that.
See, like, I get very frustrated with this kind of situation. And just, like, offhandedly to relieve the stress, just does, like, a typing thing on the sample of blood that's on the ladder. AB negative.
And it reminds me, were you a scientist playbook?
I am a scientist playbook, yes.
Fantastic. Unfortunately for Dr. Wells, because you failed a research roll, Dr. Wells also does take a stress.
Nice.
Oh no.
You're all
Wait,
doing
why?
Because as a scientist, when you make a research roll, if you fail your research roll, other employees take stress. research or science rolls.
Oh no, you are correct.
Yep. It's okay. We're just getting all of the stress built up now until the stressful things get here.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
you see
Yeah,
Leica getting very frustrated.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the doctor, like, probably halfway through, he's like, it's not gonna do anything. You're doing the same thing over again. We should catch up with. Oh, you're doing it again. Okay.
This is a duo that I would pay money to see a spin-off TV show about. Meanwhile, the other duo I would pay money to see a spin-off TV show about, the J Squad. Jed and Jeff, you're headed to life support, heading up the ladder up to the hatch that is up there. Who goes up first?
I'm gonna go up first and crack the hatch. Can you send the drone in before I stick my head through the hole?
I most certainly can.
And I'll make my way up the
So
ladder to
as soon as he
pop
gets the hatch open, yep. As soon as he gets the hatch open, it's bzzz,
Fantastic.
straight up.
So there is one thing that is barring your passage from getting this hatch open, and you can see that on the actual latch, there is a numerical keypad that has 10 buttons on it, 1 through 9, and then the number 0. And above that are 3 unlit LEDs. You can also tell the blood goes up the ladder, and you can see that there are smudges of blood on the keypad as well, specifically on the 3, 6, and 0 keys.
Welp, I'm pretty sure there's a body on the other side of this. I holler down. So it's 3, 6, and 0.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 27 chances.
Just to see what happens, I'm gonna assume a bunch of nerds work at this nerd factory, and just assume the code is 360 no scope, and just plug that in and see what happens.
As you pop those numbers in, the lights do light up, and then after you put in the 0, they flash red and turn off again.
Oh, well. Huh. How sturdy does this lock look?
It's made out of metal, but I'm sure that hasn't stopped you before. Anything can be broken with enough force, so...
Because I don't have anything on me that I can precariously from a ladder under a hatch.
Do you mind if I take a look at it? Coming
Sure.
down long enough for me to take a look at it?
Sure. I'll slide down the ladder.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of scooch my way up there with my handy Onyx toolkit. Are there any screws or anything on the front of this keypad that I can pull off and get to the numbers beneath? Or get to the circuitry beneath it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with your toolkit, you're able to kind of maneuver through these little screws that are securing this thing onto the front. It comes off, and you can see that there are a plethora of different colored wires attaching it to the hatch.
Okay. In that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my little toolkit and I'm going to try and trick it into thinking that I've put the right code in so that the hatch will open. Basically
Okay.
trying to hack it the fancy spy way.
Fantastic. Great. So there is actually a hacking skill, which I would love for you to roll.
I would love to roll that for you.
Do you want to add any dice to your pool by taking stress or by spending one of your drive? Everybody's starting with 2 drive points just because it'll give you more things to use. And you can use a drive point, anything like that.
It's kind of important that we get into this life support hatch. I am going to go ahead and spend 1 drive to bump me up to 3 dice.
Perfect.
And see if the dice will, if RNGesus loves me here.
All right.
Oh, well, okay.
A 9, a 10, and a 5. Fantastic. So that is a critical success, which does count for 2 successes, which is great. It also relieves you of 1 stress because you do such a great job. It kind of pumps you up a little bit. So with your 2 successes, you were able to deftly trick this thing into putting in whatever number generator you needed to. You see the 3 lights turn on and they all blink solid green. And the hatch, you feel just the hatch kind of unlatch a little bit, and it is free for you to open.
Just gonna kind of peek my way up as I push the door open. No need to getting the drone out from this precarious position. Just gonna kind of peek up there.
Okay.
Anything here to eat my face?
Nothing immediately eats your face. What you see is a small module in here. Can maybe fit like 1 person, maybe 2 if you also include Leica. But you can see that there is a single control panel, inside of which it looks to be a pretty chunky looking key card. Both the control panel and the key card have a smattering of blood on it. The key, well, if you want to go any farther in, I'll tell you what the key is doing.
I'm going to look down at Jeff before I go any further and say, it's kind of a tight squeeze in here for both of us, but I do see a key card up here.
Sweet. Wasn't that on our list?
I think so. Wasn't it like 3 of them?
Something like that.
All right, I'm gonna come on up here and see what's going on. Gonna open the hatch the rest of the way and climb up in there.
Great. Nothing continues to eat you. You are totally safe in this place for sure. However, you do get a better glance at this key card. Like I said, it's rectangular in shape. It kind of looks like retro 80s idea of a key card would look. Very large, very chunky. And it is currently stuck into this control panel in a spot called emergency shutoff activation. It has not been engaged, however, but this most certainly would turn off the life support in the entire facility if it was engaged.
Oh. Well, going to look at this control panel and see if I can find a kind of emergency shut-off disengage so that I can safely pull the key card out. Because if we're all in here, I don't want to emergency shutdown anything.
Sure. You find the easiest way to tackle most tasks is to do so straight on. And so you grab the key card and you pull it out of the slot. And it comes out.
Okay. Checking the control panel. Does it look like all of our lights are still green? Everything's still good?
Yep, everything seems to be fine. It seems that whoever put this key card in here didn't get to the point of actually activating the shutdown. It looks like everything as far as life support is concerned seems to be stable. It doesn't seem like any of the power issues are affecting that, at least.
Speaking of the person who put the key card in here, I'm gonna take a look around.
Okay.
Is there a body in here anywhere?
There is no body in here except for yours.
So I got good news and maybe not so good news.
All right, let's hear the good news.
The good news is I got the key card.
Sweet.
The bad news is I don't know where the body is of the guy that put the key card in here.
Well, that sounds like a them
He was
problem.
trying to shut off the life support.
That sounds not optimal.
He didn't engage the emergency shut off. That's what the key card was in, was the emergency shutdown. But it doesn't look like he got the job done.
So from what you can see, it's gonna the AC is gonna keep on running.
AC, heat, oxygen, all of it looks like it's going to keep on going. It doesn't look like it's the power that's affecting this. It looks like it's on its own separate circuit.
Does it look like there's any other way to access that room? Was there a vent in there? Is there any other kind of adjacent hatch, or is there only one door?
Looking around, is there a maintenance hatch in here, or is this the only door in, or is there a vent, or what do I see as I look around?
Yeah, quick glance around. Seems like a very secluded little space, perhaps intentionally. If somebody's coming up here to do any life support stuff, it's probably a bad time. But no, you don't see any sort of like maintenance hatches or anything like you saw in the previous room. It does seem like there's only one way in and one way out.
Looks like this is the only way in or out right here.
Sweet. Snag the key, lock the door behind you.
All right, gonna stick the key in my shirt pocket, right next to my pocket protector.
Okay. It's a little bulky, but it's kind of comforting too.
Yeah, it's very comforting holding it right there next to my heart. Gonna kind of start coming down the ladder, shut the hatch behind me, and make sure that it locks behind me. Put the keypad back together, and then come on back down.
Perfect. I'll say, just for the sake of the narrative, the amount of time that our doctors spent doing their researches, and the amount of time that you all took taking apart the life support, everything, and putting it all back together and all of that, you both kind of finish up around the same time. So you have packed back up the keypad, the doctors have packed back up their supplies, and you have more of the facility yet to explore. Where would you like to go next?
Come down to a very frustrated Leica.
Oh, baby. As an aside, there are two maintenance three technically maintenance shafts from this room. There's one that leads into room 3, one that leads back into room 1, and then one that seems to lead, according to your map, into room 7.
When everyone gets back together, the doctor will ask them just generally how everything went, hoping to just relay the information between the whole party.
I'm gonna show off the big clunky key card that's probably about as thick as an 8-bit, an 8-track cassette.
All right. Well, we got a key card.
We got one.
Life support's okay?
Life support looked fine. I didn't see anything that was terribly concerning, except that this was in the emergency shutoff.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, let's keep an eye out, because if somebody was willing to shut off life support down here, then they may have been trying to die to kill other things.
Yeah, that's not usually a good sign.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm concerned about.
Let's go
why
that
were
way.
they trying to shut it down?
Yep.
Leica points to the vent that the creature that they have dubbed Carl went through.
Yeah, let's follow Carl.
I mean, I just think it makes sense
Carl.
because like that's the way that we saw the thing go, but also that theoretically, according to the map, goes to the crew quarters slash the galley and the food, which means that if there's anyone still alive, that's where I'd expect to find them.
So you have two ways of entry. You can go through the exact same grate situation and follow Carl's motions exactly. There is also a hatch, like a large bulkhead hatch that you can open. To each their own.
I thought there wasn't a direct support other than to the crew quarters.
There is a direct hatch. There is a large hatch. My understanding was Jed wanted to get a lay of the land before getting through big hatch.
Gotcha.
My apologies if that was miscommunicated by me. But yes, there is an actual like causeway, giant hatch, walkable hatch that you can go through, or you can go through the maintenance vent shaft, essentially.
No, my camera quit working. Why did my camera quit working? Oh well.
I mean,
It's
I prefer
the
to walk.
aliens.
I'm
Aliens.
partial to walking as well.
Yeah, I'm not crawling if I don't have to.
I'm gonna check out the hatch, see if it's operational.
Yep. You do so. It, much like the first one that you opened to get into the room that you're in now, very easily turns, and you give it a little pull, and opens very easily.
Slowly creak it open.
Okay.
Too easily.
Not even a squeak from these metal hinges, but you do swing it open. You all make your way through the small causeway and open the second one, and you are let into room 3. On the map, it's labeled as the operations and infirmary, but the first thing that hits you as you walk into this room is the sharp smell of iron. Across from the door you entered from is a thick plastic sheeting that Jed saw before hanging from the ceiling, partitioning off part of this room. Next to the plastic, hanging on the wall, is a small red cabinet with a white cross on it. And there's a large computer terminal that dominates the western side of this sector. However, a trail of blood leads from beyond the plastic and through the closed bulkhead door labeled SO4.
Oh dear. That's the laboratory. That's where specimens that would be necessary to be recovered would be. The trail of blood usually isn't a good sign. How fresh is the blood?
You would have to get closer to find out.
Dr. Wells, go check how fresh the blood is.
Absolutely. And he will trudge up there and go to check how fresh it is. If nothing kills him first, he'll again do the same thing, kind of rub a thumb over it, see how wet it is, kind of rub it between his fingers. He doesn't use a kit, which is a little odd, basically for anything, but if I need to make a medicine check or any of that, I will.
Sure. I'll actually have you make that medicine check just to kind of try to pinpoint it as accurately as possible.
I refuse. No, I'm just kidding.
Well then, you
Alright,
know
I
it's
have-
blood.
It is blood.
The blood. The blood everywhere.
I got a 8 and a 2.
All right, an 8 is a success. So
Nice.
with that, you're able to kind of determine, perhaps with your expertise or experience in working with blood and or other bodily fluids, that this particular blood is probably no more than 2 days old.
Definitely less than a week. Probably more than a day. I'd put it on the short end of the week, maybe 2, 3.
From
Yeah.
this position, actually, as you got closer, you can kind of see past this plastic partition that there does seem to be some sort of makeshift infirmary space behind it, and it is in shambles. To what extent, you'd have to get closer to investigate, but you can tell it's definitely that table should not be on its side.
Sure. Uh, through a quick look, without getting closer, can I tell if it's in shambles due to like a fight, or is it someone that had like an arm cut off and they were just scrambling?
As like a little bit of a quick look without getting any closer to it, it's kind of hard to say. At a first glance, you can't see any extra limbs or, other pieces of person anywhere. But whether it is due to some altercation or other, it's kind of hard to say without getting actually any closer.
Okay. Yeah, after he relays the blood, he'll kind of point there to everyone. And if we're going any further, it would be useful to have any supplies that might be left over, but in there doesn't look great.
Okay. While he's checking out the infirmary, I want to check out that control panel.
Okay. This is a fairly large, although singular person computer terminal. You can see that there is a keyboard. There is a slot that looks like it would fit something along the same size as the key card that you found. And other than that, the screen, which looks kind of like an old school like CRTV screen almost, but like a little bit smaller, old school monitor style, just has a blinking like green dash on a dark screen. It does seem to be getting power though.
It does seem to be getting power. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just type in a very simple command, just diagnostics, and see if it pops anything up.
Okay. As you go to type in anything, you hit enter, and it says access denied.
I'm gonna kind of roll my eyes a little bit, push my glasses up on the bridge of my nose, and then pull out the key card and see if it will give me some information when I stick that in the slot.
Okay. You stick it into the slot, and the screen kind of shifts into a green hue, and on it are the words, welcome, Dr. Astoria. And then it goes back to that black screen. Although, when it comes back to the black screen, you actually see that there are 4 menu options that have appeared. You have station status that has a little denotation that says Sector 6 alert. You have cameras and intercom, which register as offline, as well as personal tracking offline as part of the camera system. Emergency controls are marked as restricted, and power controls, which are reading offline error.
Okay. Going to try and get into the power controls.
Okay.
And see what is causing that error.
Okay. You switch over to the power controls, and it seems that it's actually a fairly simple, it just got stuck in a reboot loop. And it's it's something that you've worked on a bajillion times. So you're able to put it just through a quick reboot cycle. And as you do, you can see that there is, through the grate of the hatch nearby where you put your drone through before, you can see there's a little bit of light that shines through, as well as the lights in this room come back to life. And the power controls next to that, it shifts from offline error to online in all green letters.
He said, "Let there be light." And it was so much better than these flashlights. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and see if that brought the camera system online.
Okay.
Now that we have power again.
Sure. So you do see that the cameras do seem to be online, although a handful of them do seem to be giving some kind of abnormality alerts. Not necessarily that they're offline, although one of them does seem to be offline. That'll be the one for room number 8. But the rest of them seem to be working to some extent. While you are starting to look at like the camera footage or anything like that, if that was what you would like to do, what is everyone else doing in this space while our resident hacker is hacking away?
I'm sticking close to them and the control panel
Okay.
in case they need any kind of backup or help, and also just kind of watching their back in case Carl comes back around.
Thank you.
Okay.
The doctor will be going to check out the infirmary, hoping to find some pills, a first aid kit, etc., stuff that he can use later.
So Leica, as a scientist, I have the perk Mother of Invention, where it's once per mission, the scientist can spend 20 minutes to develop a simple device or concoction that can perform a needed service once.
Okay.
So Leica, I think, is going to, while all of this is happening, I think in the background of everyone else doing things, Leica is going to be skipping around through the operations and infirmary, gathering things, and you can hear them, like, as they're skipping around, you can hear them just counting, but not counting as you would expect. You just hear them 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, and just like gathering materials as they go. And if possible, would like to use the Mother of Invention perk to build a bomb.
I would love nothing more than to allow you the opportunity to build an explosive device out of found objects. This can only end well. Fantastic.
We're getting to a point where it seems like there aren't going to be that many survivors anyway. So, like in Leica's brain, it's like, might as well build a bomb to use, because, fun fact, pressure is a nightmare at these depths of the ocean. And if I just put one crack in literally anything, this entire sphere will implode. So I'm just going to have something on hand for that in case we need to cause the entire thing to collapse.
Absolutely perfect. I expect nothing less.
And if anyone knows that sequence of numbers I was counting, I'm impressed.
The doctor joins in. If Waffles is correct, they're squares.
They are not.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's
0, 1,
just
1,
math.
2, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, and so on is the Fibonacci sequence.
Hey.
Where
Let's go.
everything is added to the
Added to itself.
what it came from. Well, the one that came directly before it.
All right. Fantastic. So, Leica's spending their time picking around, counting numbers in sequence up until, I assume, until they're done building this small thing. Now, with it being something that you're kind of making together, it can be explosive, but it's not going to be a massive explosion. It's probably just going to be a very small, localized burst.
It doesn't need to be. If necessary, it's just supposed to either if we have to break something open, it can do that. Or
Fantastic.
we can put it on a structural weakness to cause a crack in the structure, and then the pressure will take care of the rest.
Fantastic. Perfect. So, while you are doing that, and while our tech friends are teching away, let's check in with the doctor real quick in the infirmary section. As you kind of inferred, this place is a little bit in shambles. The table, the examination table is overturned. There are unsealed medical supplies that are littering both a small counter space as well as a bit on the floor. You can see sterilized equipment, as well as a few bandages that have not yet been opened, so they are still sterilized. But you can see that there is a handful of instruments that are both still in a tray and some on the floor that are covered in blood. If you are digging around for specifically any kind of like medicinal things or anything like that, you do find a med kit in the small red cabinet that's nearby. So you're welcome to add that to your inventory if you would like.
I will.
Beyond that, nothing as far as painkillers or med kits, although you could find an extra scalpel if you wanted. That's definitely within reason. Or
Is
like
there-
forceps or anything like that.
Yeah, between all the instruments, is there like one of those surgical saws?
There is not.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks
Cool.
like most everything here seems to be small in nature, not operational, but more patching up something.
Okay. He'll look at the second scalpel and like scoff at it compared to his and throw it on the ground. You just hear clang, clang, clang. Based on the amount of blood, does he think like if this was one person, would they still be alive?
Based on your experience with blood, there's a chance.
Okay.
It would be a rather slim chance given that it was about 2 days ago, if
Sure.
they're still bleeding, but there's a small chance. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Cool. Excellent. So let's check back into cameras. As you can see, it does look like they are operational. It does look like it's fairly easy to pull them up if you would like to. You can also see, on top of there being live footage, there is an option to view recorded footage from past days. It looks like it stockpiles recorded footage for about 2 weeks before it starts to purge it. And so there's plenty of recorded footage as well. You do know, however, just using your own common sense, reviewing the footage is going to take quite a bit of time, that you can do if you would like to. But what would you like to do with the computer console?
Well, the first thing I would like to do is just kind of get a idea of what the status is. I remember you said earlier that Pod 6, I think it was, had an abnormal status on the system status
Yes.
or habitat status.
Yes.
So I'm going to switch over to the live feed for 6.
Okay, fantastic. You switch over, and you immediately sense that there's something off about the camera footage. It seems to be obscured pretty heavily with some kind of heavy moisture, enough so that it's actually interfering with any sort of video footage. So you can't actually see what's in that room.
Is there an audio feed from these surveillance cameras?
I believe, let me see. There are intercoms that you can tell are actually, you can connect intercom to any section. So yes, you could access the intercom in that room if you would like to try.
I would like to attempt to access the intercom in that room. Yes.
Okay.
Just to see if I can hear anything going on in there.
Okay. You do so, and it does turn on. Although it kind of sounds like if you put like a GoPro underwater, it's very muffled. There's kind of like a muffled static that's coming through, and nothing that you can really pull out. There's no like white noise. There's no talking that you can tell, but it does sound kind of strangely moistened and muffled.
I think there might have been a breach in section 6. I say as I look over at Jeff. A lot of moisture on the camera and a lot of the intercom's very muffled.
Well, we'll just have to make note of that and not open the door to 6. Is there anything vital in there? Do we have some type of a manifest for that section?
We have a map, correct?
Yes, 6 is labeled as drone control. So personal interest for sure, but...
I mean, I was looking forward to checking it out, but it's just drone control, so I don't think we have anything we need to really get into in there. At least I hope not.
Do you still have the intercom open?
I have not turned it off yet, so yes.
Fantastic. For both the J Squad, Jeff and Jed, or sorry, Jeff was with a G, right?
I'm used to it. It's fine.
Okay. For the J Squad, the Gedja Squad, you almost miss it because you're talking amongst each other, but you hear something on the intercom. It is still a bit muffled, but for just the briefest second, there's a small amount of clarity, and you can almost hear what sounds like a slight moan for just the briefest second coming from the intercom.
Did you hear that?
I'd say, was it like loud enough that I could hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I absolutely snapped my head around and gave like the WTF look. Like, no, can you lock that room? Like, remotely?
Can I lock that room remotely?
You can certainly try. You know that it would be under emergency controls, and you back out to get to the emergency controls, and as you do, the restricted sign is still there, and it does not allow you in. It tells you that access is restricted to facility administrator Yang.
Well then, so I'm not going to be able to do it with this key card.
Well, this looks like a pretty important room. Maybe we should take some time and see if we can find another one of them cards.
Might be able to. I might be able to do something to get around this restriction, but this is pretty old tech. I'm not exactly used to it, and it might lock us out before we collect any more information. So it'd be one of the last things I want to do here.
Well, we'll just make a note that 6 is off limits because yikes.
Yeah. Checking system status real quick.
Okay. System status definitely confirms what it was kind of alerting you to. It tells you that section 6 is currently experiencing a life support and a power error. There does still seem to be life support and power in those sections, but it's giving some sort of unknown error.
And then checking the personnel tracking.
Sure. With the personnel tracking, getting it back online, you are able to see there are 4 pings that kind of show up. And it does kind of it's not like on a map, but you do get 4 pings that correspond to the different cameras. You get a ping in your room, in room 3. You get a ping in section 4, one of the laboratories, the laboratory next door. You get a ping in room 7, which is the crew quarters. And you get a ping in room 6.
Oh no. Okay. So, from what I can tell with the personnel tracking, it's like I said, this is old tech. That's not like they've got the RFID implants that badge in, badge out kind of thing. It looks like it's tied to the cameras. What I can tell, there's something in room 4 next door, something or someone. We know there's something in room 6. And then there's room 7, which that's a laboratory, drone control, and the crew quarters in the galley.
Perfect. And there's no way to differentiate between human and Carl, I'm assuming.
Not that I can see. Does it have any kind of identification on the personnel tracking?
Yes. So you can quickly infer that there is a serial number that pops up with it. And it's pretty easy to infer based on that, especially looking at the key card in front of you, that they are specifically linked to these key cards, not to life sign signatures.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's tied to these things, and he taps the 8-track cassette of a key card.
Mm. Now, is there any way to transfer or to your PDA and remotely monitor those pings?
Unfortunately, my PDA can't handle that kind of thing. I can potentially download all of the camera footage from the last few hours, but
No live tracking.
At character creation, I did not take the perk that lets me access these things remotely, so I've just got the cheapo PDA.
Friggin' BlackBerry.
I've got the BlackBerry, not the iPad.
Well, I guess we can just mark it on the map. And you saying it's tied to key cards, oh boy, it looks like we are going in 6 after all.
I don't wanna.
I didn't say I wanted that. Wah.
What you guys
All right, once
doing?
we get that information, then I'm going to go ahead and shut down the console and pull the key card out.
Okay.
Leica will kind of come. Leica will come over to you
And then
holding this
reconvene with
vaguely-
the doctor and the scientist.
Leica will come over to the two of you holding this vaguely tube-shaped thing with end caps and a small clock that has been like an analog clock that has been mounted on it.
Like an
What you
old school
guys
pipe
doing?
bomb.
I'm assuming I would recognize.
I think anybody, even Dr. Wells, I think would recognize that this looks like a caricature of a bomb.
Acme.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're probably gonna need that.
That's why I made it. I'm not supposed to handle explosives though, so here, and we'll hand it to Jeff.
Oh, Merry Christmas to me. Thank you.
Christmas was 3 months ago.
Time zones are weird, I guess. And I'll just take Ginger, just very carefully take the bomb.
Congratulations, you can add one small bomb to
Nice.
your inventory.
Congratulations, it's a boom.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
I channeled the Sam.
Nice.
All right. So now that the computer is doing other duties, like sleeping, you all have reconvened. I have turned the clock forward a bit to reflect the time that's on the computer and the time that you took constructing your bomb. What would you all like to do next?
Probably, just like relay info, like, hey, we accessed. Looks like we can track the remaining cards that we tracked the remaining cards that we need. These are the sections they're in. Section 6 is haunted.
Section 6 is very haunted.
Ghosts aren't real.
Critter haunted.
Oh. Carl?
Don't know. Weird noises, no visual.
Carl's mom?
Don't even joke about that.
Hmm.
Where
are
I assume
the-
we have to go. I assume we have to go to section 6 then, if it's haunted. That's usually how these jobs work.
I mean, we're gonna have to collect the key. And as per mission briefing, we got to get the keys. We gotta, if we can, rescue folk and collect specimens. So it looks like the laboratories are on the way to 6. And then we can make our way back through the crew quarters to see if we find anybody on our way back to the pod bay.
Where are all the necessary integers? The key cards.
Section 4, room 7, room 6.
Oh, well, that's straightforward. Literally straightforward. And like I will point to section 4. That is through the door over there.
That's what I figured. Make our way to 6, get everything we need along the way, cut back through the crew quarters. I'm assuming the company has prioritized equipment over personnel as per the usual. So snag specimens, get cards, look for people on our way back to the pod. If need be, drop a bomb.
Bomb as necessary.
For what it's worth, I think you guys are the bomb.
I will go. Is this door to section 4 the one that has the fun little, like, a body got dragged through here smear leading to it? Oh, good. This is my favorite part.
It's a little
Well-
sticky as you walk through.
Awesome.
Let's wait up just 1 second here. Considering we're holding a bomb and going into potentially haunted areas, should we go back and put on those wetsuits and rebreathers?
Environmental exosuits aren't those gigantic at this depth?
They are pretty big. They definitely, you could wander through here with them on. You would not be able to go through the maintenance shops for sure. Or any like small tight spaces, but you could wear them. They do offer a decent amount, especially for the depths 20,000 feet under the ocean and going down, if you were to go into the fissure that's here. But it does give you some added protection if that is something that you were interested in.
Waffles misunderstood what they were, so no, the doctor will not.
Think slightly more modernized, like giant deep sea diving suits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I don't know about you, but I don't want to go down there, and like I will point at the Tonga Trench that is just on the left side of the map.
No, that's probably where the bomb goes.
I don't know if it'd have enough of effect dispersed through that much area.
I don't know.
Alright, well.
Considering how haunted 6 is, I am internally making plans of potentially blowing that corridor and dropping 6 into the trash.
I'm not opposed to that.
Depending on how flooded it is, I might be able to get the drone in there to maybe collect the key card. I'll have to see if I brought the hook with it.
There is a maintenance shaft, by the way, that connects 5 and 6.
No. We can either stand here in the semi-dried blood, or we can go to section 4 and see what's we find.
I'm gonna go check out the door.
Okay. It seems a little bit sticky. But besides that, it opens without too much issue.
Okay. I'll stand. I'll be like, it looks serviceable. I'm gonna stand over here with the explosive, in case anything happens when we open it. And then we'll just let somebody crack that door open and take a look, and we'll move forward.
Perfect. As you go to open the door, it opens smoothly, and there's nothing on the other side but a corridor leading to room 4. There is, of course, a trail of icky, sticky blood stuff that goes through this corridor, but on the normal place like the floor, and not on a strange place like the walls.
Before we leave, this was operations and infirmary, right? That's where we are?
Yes.
Could Leica have picked up a scalpel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in
Okay.
fact, Dr. Wells tossed one on the ground, so you would have been able to hear where it was tossed on the ground. So, yes, you can have a shiny new scalpel.
Okay. Leica has a scalpel.
Fantastic. This is great. I'm glad 3 out of 4 of you have a sharp stabbing implement.
Yes.
This is good. Very good. All right. Does anyone not continue to room 4? Does anyone stay behind?
Nope.
Nope.
Going forward.
All right. As you open the hatch into room 4 at the end of this corridor, the stench in this room is overwhelming. Dozens of bloody pages surround a corpse that sits slumped on the right side wall. Their chest is torn open and stuffed with what was the contents of a now empty research binder littered around them. Across from where the body sits is a counter with broken beakers, scattered books and papers, a small computer terminal, and a cabinet with a dented door that sits partially ajar. Blood is covering all of the equipment in this room. Everyone takes one stress, and we're gonna take a break.
I've seen this movie, guys. I think we found Carl's mom.
I think Leica looks at the research that has been stuffed into the chest cavity and goes, "That's a waste of good research."
But yes, we're gonna take a quick 10 to 15 minute break, work out some technical snafus, and also get a drink, stretch our bones, and all those things. But thank you everybody so much for being here. Thank you for those who have donated so far. As an aside, Nix, on your next roll, you will get a +1 to whatever skill check you do, so you'll get an extra dice to add to that. But do keep remembering, everyone, that we are raising money for Take This, a fantastic organization that is working to destigmatize the talk around mental health and everything that goes along with it. So keep your donations in to help or hinder these wonderful, fantastic crew, because I guarantee from here on it is only going to get worse for everyone. So we will be back in just a little bit. Hang out, stick around. Don't get too far. Don't get too scared.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope your break was restful and restorative. Because we're gonna jump back into the action with a burnout effect. So, in this game, we have regular skill rolls. All of our employees have been accumulating stress. And at a certain point, that stress builds up to a point where we have to make a burnout roll. That typically involves rolling dice. However, because someone graciously donated $50 or more, we will just get a random burnout effect to one of our crew members. So, I will roll a d4. And one of you will be afflicted with some sort of burnout effect. So, starting with Geoff, Nyx is 1, and then we have Mervin and Waffles, and then Jamie. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, yeah. Number 2, Mervin.
Oh no.
I would like. What is your current stress level?
5.
Fantastic. Go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
Okay.
Thankfully, there is an upper limit. We're gonna add whatever you roll to 5. And that's going to be our final total. With a 7, so 5 and 7 is 12, right?
That is correct.
Yes.
I believe that's correct. Okay, perfect. So, in this moment of walking into this space, seeing an actual factual dead body, presumably dead body, as presumably, you haven't checked, all of this stuff kind of rushing at you, the built-up stress kind of starts to get to you a little bit. You start thinking about the little things that you could have done better here to make it. Maybe if you had done something better, something like this wouldn't have happened. Maybe if your teammates had been just a little bit better at their jobs, everything would have worked out a little bit better. For the next, hang on, I have to roll another die. For the next 2 hours, you get an extra stress whenever a teammate fails a roll for whatever reason. It's now transcended past the specific, crew rolls. Anytime a teammate fails a stress and you are in the room, you will get another stress.
Excellent.
Anytime a teammate fails a roll, you'll get an extra stress.
Excellent. So just like real life. Got it.
Exactly. You're very connected to the people around you, and it's taking its toll in various ways. But to reset the scene that you are in, there is a body slumped on the right side wall. Its chest is torn open and stuffed with what was the contents of a now empty research binder that is littered on the ground in front of them. There is across from this body a counter with broken beakers, scattered books and papers, a small computer terminal, and a large cabinet with a dented door that sits partially ajar. There's blood covering all of the equipment in this room, and there is a bulkhead on the opposite side of this space with a sign that reads sections 5, 6, and 7.
I'm gonna go see what the binder, the binder itself that's been torn asunder. What does the cover of it say?
Sure. The cover, it's kind of like the thick 2-inch ring binders. And the front of that reads specimen analysis.
Awesome. Was it am I close to the body doing that?
You would be right next to it.
Sweet. I'm just gonna kind of look at it and just kick its foot and see what happens.
Okay. You kick its foot. There's a little bit of a squishy noise as there's a fair amount of blood pooled underneath this body. But it doesn't kick back. You do see that it is wearing a kind of like a short lab coat. And there is embossed on the side, on the lapel, it says Yang.
Ooh, sweet. I'm gonna loot the body.
Okay. You spend some time examining the body. While you do that, What is everyone else doing?
Leica is first, like, her face is essentially kind of like a very squished first, and she's like, you just hear anyone who's nearby hears her mumble, "This is why I don't do biology." Um, and then Leica is going to go towards basically the closest place where there might be specimens worth collecting and putting in a protective case, like the beakers, any of the cabinets that might have like labeled specimens or anything, any surviving binders of research that haven't been turned into, a makeshift whatever it is that they use in morgues to stuff bodies with before they're buried.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Great. You start taking a look around. How about everyone else? Our doctor and our gen.
Is there a terminal in here?
There is. There's a small computer terminal next to this large dented cabinet. Is that
I'm
where you're
donated
headed?
and we all get one stress.
Hey, there you go. Everybody take a stress. Listen, it's a very stressful time.
Woo!
Thank you.
The doctor's gonna head to the body, and while Jeff is looting it, the doctor is gonna inspect it, look more for like maybe they can tell what caused this wound, or is this the body that was bleeding 2 days ago, etc., etc.
Sure.
And I am going to go check out that terminal.
Okay. Perfect. Great. Let's start with this body then. So searching over the body, Jeff, is not challenging to do. There's not a whole lot that is on their body. You do find a key card. Other than that, though, it seems like, you could dig around like the papers in their open chest. If you wanted to. I will tell you up front, it is going to give you 2 stress to do that, but it is an option if you would like to. Are you going dumpster diving into the chest, Jeff?
I'm sitting there like kind of contemplating it. What the hell, why not? And I'll just start like pulling, like I think I lost my keys in the trash bin.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just
like pulling the papers out like
Yeah,
a tissue box almost.
like if a clump comes out, I kind of like break it up a little bit to make sure my keys aren't in that clump.
Great. Excellent. Well, you will take 2 stress from this activity as you pull out papers. It's not just papers that come out of this chest. There's bits and bobs that are supposed to be inside of a person that are definitely coming out of the person as you pull these papers. Papers are absolutely unrecognizable as actual research material. They did an okay job at stopping blood flow from spilling out until they were so soaked that they could no longer do so. But digging through, you don't find any specific pieces of anything hidden in this cavity. What you do end up doing, though, as reward for your brave sacrifice, is you do open up this space a little bit more and actually are going to be able to assist the doctor in their role as you've excavated this massive wound in their chest. You can tell that they are most certainly deceased. That is very, very certain. Dr. Wells, you are specifically looking for cause of death?
Both cause of death, and I want to know if this is the person that was bleeding 2 days ago.
Okay. Um, go ahead and roll a medicine check. I will give you an extra die with the assist
sheesh.
of your companion.
If there's only 2 check marks beside medicine, can I have 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Extra dice from helping or other people or external things like personal items, etc. Are on top of those. You just can't, like, if you were to level up, you couldn't level up your skill past 2 or 3.
Sure.
You can only get
I rolled
so good.
a 6, a 4, and a 4.
6, a 4, and a 4. All right. So with your 6, unfortunately, this does mean that Jed, kind of out of the corner of your eye, you see the doctor. How do you go about inspecting this body?
He probably just kind of opens up the chest like it's any other kind of like a cabinet, basically, and just like
Right.
peels it back, looks inside a little, pulls out a scalpel, like gets forearm deep into the body looking for something that he can't seem to find.
Excellent.
Pulls the scalpel back out, wipes it off.
So, Jed, you see this out of the corner of your eye, and you're no medical professional. But you're starting to question just a little bit if Dr. Wells is a medical professional, and you are going to take 1 stress because they did fail their role. Dr. Wells, you are also going to take 1 stress. Not because you can tell the cause of death was this giant lack of substance in their midsection. There's just no midsection there, basically. It's a pretty obvious thing. As for trying to determine whether or not this was the same person who was bleeding before, that's a little bit harder to determine. It can be up to you if that's the cause of frustration, that's the cause of stress, or if it's something else that causes you to have this slight buildup of stress. Maybe it's having a teammate right here next to you this entire time, pulling papers out and getting all icky sticky next to you. Whatever the case may be, your stress level does raise a little bit.
All right.
There is kind of blood all over the place in this room, though, so that is also making it hard to determine if this was the one who made the blood smear or if it was something else that just kind of went through this room. It's a little hard to tell.
Okay.
However, while you're poking at this body, both you and Jeff notice something. There's a lot of blood around you. There's a lot of bloody exposed area on this body. After you have removed yourself from inside of this corpse, Dr. Wells, there's a brief pause. And as you're both kind of taking in this space, you notice that this body, this very, very, very dead body, the blood inside of the corpse starts to move on its own. Just ever so slightly. And you both are going to take 1 stress from that.
All right. I'm okay.
I imagine Dr. Wells sitting at like 25 stress. I swear I'm fine.
Yeah. Nothing's happened yet.
1 mild
is fine.
inconvenience.
Yep.
Yep.
1 mild inconvenience away from committing employee homicide.
Yep. The doctor will have been like face deep in this corpse and seen this will say like, seems we have some moving blood over here, and he'll kind of like remove himself and scalpel still in his hand.
And the front of you is just, it is a sight to behold for everyone else. Not a stress-inducing sight necessarily, unless you have a squeamish nature for blood, but it is like chin to like navel, just a apron of goo on this doctor.
He wipes some sweat from his brow and it smears on his face.
When you say moving blood, do you mean like it started pumping again, or like Venom from the movie?
Probably a little more like venom. I mean, could be pumping, but that's unlikely.
Nope. 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 We're good.
Hmm.
This is why I deal with computer science and not medical science. Nope.
Leica would like to start looking for, instead of the specimens that they were looking for, whatever the highest concentration acid there is in this laboratory.
Fantastic. I would like you to roll for that. Let's make it a searching roll.
Cool, because I do have a dot in that.
Hey, do you want to add any D10? You can spend a drive to do so, or because you could make an argument for either one. Either -1 health, as it is technically could be a physical activity, or +1 stress for it being an intellectual activity.
I am going to take away 1 drive for a bonus D10.
Okay.
And I'm also going to take 1 stress because I picture Leica is doing this rather quickly and with just like a little bit of like you just hear Leica has switched from the Fibonacci sequence, and you can now hear them going 0 0 1 1 2 4 7 13 24 44 81 149 274 504 927 1705 31 36 5 768 10 609, which is the Tribonacci sequence.
That's so many numbers. I'm so glad that you're the math guy. I'm not.
So that's 3 dice that I get to.
Great. Those are some
roll.
odds. It is only you only need 1 success for this one.
Oh, good, great. Yeah, so I'm trying to find the highest concentration acid. That is 2 8s.
Fantastic.
And a 1.
An 8 is a success. So, as you are digging about through all of these things, there's a handful of things that you find. You head over to this cabinet first, and you kind of have to wrench it open a little bit. Inside of this large cabinet is a couple of things. You find another field sample kit, similar to the one that you have. Obviously, you put your own special flair to the one that you have, but this is a nice little supplementary thing if you wanted it. And there's also what looks like a strange box-like trap containment vessel. For the sake of putting it in your notes, you can put it down as a specimen trap. And then as you move from that onto the table, you do find a couple of small vials that are amidst all of this chaos and broken things. You do find a couple of small vials, one of which, after doing a quick safe sniff or test, you do see is acidic in some nature. Probably not quite as acidic as you want, but it does have some acidity to it. You also find on the table, kind of amidst the wreckage on this countertop, what looks to be an injection gun of some kind, containing a vial of a strange green liquid.
Well, I will be taking all of those things. So just for clarification to what I have specimen trap, small vial of acid, and injection gun with strange green liquid.
Yes, and there is also another field sample kit if you wanted another one.
I will take another. Well, no, those things are heavy. I don't need another one. I have my field research kit already. I will restock mine with the things that were used up necessarily, like some of the testing materials,
Sure.
make sure that it's just up to spec, but I won't take the whole thing.
Sure.
And then I will. That injection gun is probably one with the. You know what? This is what Leica is going to do. They are going to take the vial of green liquid out of the gun.
Okay.
Wrap it so that it doesn't break or anything, and safely put it away.
Okay.
And then load the acid into the injection gun.
Okay.
And go shoot the body before anything happens. Like anything ooey gooey happens. We're just gonna inject into this body directly this acid.
Okay. I imagine this is happening fairly like a nonchalant action. Like you're just going on a walk and you just dink. Okay. So I will give because the doctor and Jeff are right there next to the body. If either of you wishes to react to this as Leica comes over with some sort of injection device, very intentfully, is there anything that either of you do in response?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump back a little bit because I don't know, like, what was that?
The doctor is going to open up the chest more.
Great. Excellent. There is a free passage for your injection straight into wherever you want to put it. Chest, neck, arm.
Actually,
Cavity where
before
heart
I
is.
start injecting it, since the doctor has been kind enough to open this up so much, I think, because the thing about injection guns is that when they are decompressed, they can in fact work as suction. So I would like to actually first take an empty vial, shove it into the chest, and a little bit of a sample in there, because that probably falls under purview of specimen that the company would want.
Perfect.
And the doctor's
So-
like, that one right there, that one's moving.
Yep.
Oh yes,
and-
as you stare into this chest, you can see not only is there, much like Venom in the movie, but much slower, is this blood just kind of moving across the surface. Inside the vial, after it just kind of settles, it also starts to just kind of like continue moving just ever so slightly. Less so than when it was in the body. And the one in the vial does kind of stop after about 10-15 seconds or so.
That vial will not just be corked, it will then Leica will set that aside, because then what Leica's going to do is then going to inject the acid as previously specified.
Okay.
And then step away from the body. And
Okay.
supposing that nothing happens with all that, is going to go find a wax sealer and seal the top of the sample of the stuff that they pulled out of the body.
Okay.
Assuming nothing weird goes on with the body after the acid is injected.
Okay. We'll resolve that real quick, and then we'll get to Jed and the computer business. You inject the acid into the chest cavity. Is that correct? Great. You inject the acid into the chest, and it's not a super strong acid. However, this is fleshy flesh bits. And so at the injection point, it does start to sear and it does start to spread a little bit. And you can see, while nothing drastic happens, this body doesn't get up and walk around or anything. The blood that's around this acid does start to kind of very quickly retreat. Well, quickly. It starts to retreat, which is faster than blood should move, away from this acid injection point, until the acid eventually stops spreading, and there's a nice gnarly little spot where this acid was, that there is none of this moving blood. But other than that, there doesn't seem to be any other effect.
I'll leave that to the doctor to study and go seal the sample that I took.
Okay. Perfect. Jed,
Yo,
we're going and touching a computer device. Is that correct?
yeah.
Fantastic.
Computers don't have moving blood.
Last I checked, computers don't have moving blood.
Just magic blue smoke.
Excellent. You boot up this computer. It doesn't seem to have the same amount of security protocols as that main computer drive did. And you can quickly tell that this is definitely an information hub, an information dump. You can see that in this terminal is a lot of documentation of research, both from this team and from past teams. And a lot of it does seem to be, and by a lot of it I mean almost all of it seems to be incredibly encrypted, to the point where you can see that it exists, but you cannot access it. You do know with your hacker know-how, with your computer savvy abilities, that you could just straight rip the data on, like, decrypting it later, or spending the time to decrypt it after you download it. You know, decrypting it will take a very long time, a doable time, but it would take, you could ballpark between 3.5 to 4 hours to decrypt a portion of the data that just this team worked on. Downloading it, though, that's pretty quick. That would probably take maybe like 20 to 30 minutes.
Well, that's the first thing I'm going to do because I want to protect company assets here.
Okay.
I am going to download that data into onto my PDA.
Perfect.
Pretty well just gonna compress it all, you know, put it in a zip file, put it in a RAR file, whatever I can get it in.
Sure.
And then download it onto my PDA. While that is working, though, I do want to try and see if there is any kind of a journal entry, log entry, anything of that nature that I can access from the last 72 hours.
Okay. Go ahead and let's make this a roll. Let's go ahead and make this a hacking roll, actually, since this is something that you can do and you're trying to navigate around encrypted data. Go ahead and make a hacking roll for me.
Okay.
Do you want to add any dice to your pool?
I do. I want to add, because I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, man. It's a little freaky. Blood's moving and people's pulling paper out of chests and dropping acid.
It's a weird day at work.
It's just
just
another day at
dropping
the
acid
office.
on a Sunday night. Jeez.
But because you know this is all going on, I do want to go ahead and spend one stress to add a die to my pool.
Fantastic. That is a 5, 7, and a 7. So close. So close. So with that, you do take one stress, as it's taking a little bit longer to kind of go through these files than you thought. This is like second nature to you to try to go through things. Now, I have a personal question for your character. Do you routinely try to hack into company files?
No, but these logs might give us more information as to what had happened here.
Sure.
That is the main reason he is wanting to get into the file, is so he can figure out, you know, what's happened.
Okay.
Why is there nobody here? Why have they not made contact with the company? What in the name of Carl is going on?
Sure. I think the stress comes from it's taking a lot longer than you thought it would. So it's taking upwards towards 20 minutes to just dig through, which, I mean, you're downloading stuff anyway, so it is, you know, it's not all time wasted. But the best that you're able to discern, oops, I didn't mean to do that. But the best you're able to discern is there's no personal logs in this. It does look like it. If there are, they're really deeply entrenched in there. You are able to confirm that there should be 4 people on this station, at least as of 5 days ago. As there were at least 4 different people who put entries into this station. Other than that, though, you're not able to pick out any sort of specifics other than this looks like some sort of research material.
Okay. Once the data completes downloading from the computer to my PDA, this terminal, I am going to go ahead and wipe it clean so that if anybody comes in, they're not taking any proprietary information.
Sure. That I'll say is easy enough to do as part of the hacking role. Maybe out of a bit of frustration for all the info that you weren't able to read, or whatever your motivation is, even if it is just for safety's sake. You do a little bit of a clean of it, factory reset it, as it were. Fantastic. So you have a large amount of encrypted data that if you want to try to hack it, you can try. You know it's going to take a while. If you try hacking into it, it might take a little bit less, but it's still going to take a good chunk of time. Other than that, what's next? Where would you all like to go? What do you want to do?
Is there an ID, a key card in this computer?
In the computer, no. Jeff did find a key card on the body of the body identified, at least with what it's wearing, as Yang.
Wasn't Yang the name of the administrator?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
I will look at Jeff after not paying any attention to them rooting around in the body. I will look at Jeff and Dr. Wells and say, for what it's worth, Dr. Yang is the name of the administrator that the emergency controls are locked under in operations back in the previous room. So we could probably use that key card to lock or unlock Bay 6 if we need to.
I mean, well, if we got to go to 6, there's no point in locking it now.
And we just, as a note, can we theoretically lock this one when we leave in case that, I point at the body, keeps moving?
I would need to get to the console and operations to do that, but it is a possibility.
I don't know why you would think bodies would get up and move around. I don't know why you would think that.
The only problem is it will limit our egress. He's gonna pull out the map that the company gave us of the facility.
We have to go through 7 anyway. That's where one of the keys we have to recover is.
Yeah, but here's what worries me. Room 8, I couldn't see anything on the camera.
Oh.
Yeah, that one specifically in room 8 wasn't registering as online.
Everything else come up just fine, but room 8 would not come online at all as far as the security cameras go.
What if instead of going to room 8, we and Leica will pull up the map and point to the shaft between room 2 and room 7? We just go crawl through there. We know we can fit. Irvin is gone.
It's perfect. What? Huh? I don't see.
I think we can.
Yeah, we can do that.
We can fit through there, right? Yeah.
Okay. What I'll do then. Do we have any kind of comms between us, Maria?
Between you as individuals, I don't believe so. I don't think that's something that at least the company would have supplied you with. There are intercoms on the walls of each room by one of the bulkheads that can be used to speak sector to sector. So like in room 4 here, if you wanted to talk to somebody who was in room 3 or room 7 or anything like that, your voice would just go through the intercom that's in that room.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to try and do then. He's going to pull out his drone and his PDA. And, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its Leica. The drone's going to follow. He's going to program the drone to do kind of an auto follow thing and set it up to where it will follow Leica.
Okay.
At least until he gets back in the room with them.
Sure.
This should help us keep in communication. What I will do is I will take Administrator Yang's ID card. I will go to room 3 and lock up lab 4 here. And then I will meet you guys back in room 7. I'll just cut through that maintenance hatch and I'll meet you guys in room 7.
And in the meantime, we go to room 6 to find the other one.
If y'all want to, that's fine. If you just want to meet me in 7 to get the one that's in there. Because there's one card in room 7 as well. And then we can all go to 6 together.
I vote that plan. 6 is haunted.
If
6
we're
is
gonna,
very haunted.
Yeah, I
If
think
we're-
6 should be an everybody thing.
Yeah. If we're gonna be doing that, then we might as well pair off in groups of 2, because in which case, you know, it just doesn't seem like a good idea to go anywhere alone right now.
I
Sure.
appreciate that. So who wants to come with me to operations then?
I'll
mean,
go
do we
wherever y'all need a doctor.
Do we want both techs in one spot, or do we want to split the techs up?
Right. It's probably be best, since you've programmed the drone to follow me, to have Dr. Wells follow you so that we have someone with scientific expertise alongside someone with tech expertise at the same time in both set cases.
I agree. One person that can handle the biological and one person that can handle the technological. This sounds like an excellent plan.
Seems reasonable.
Okay.
I will hand
So-
over the card that I found.
Perfect.
Okay, I will
so
take it.
that means that, just to make sure that I know where these cards are, Jed has both key cards that you found, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Jed, Can we have the other one? Not
Gladly.
Dr. Yang's. Not Dr. Yang's, because there might be something we might want to try to have to access, because I figure while you're going to 3, that it might be worthwhile for Jeff with the G and I to go over to Lab 5, at least, to see and scope the situation.
Yes, I agree. I don't need Dr. Brain just went blank. I don't need his key
Wells?
card.
Oh. No, Wells is with you.
Yeah, the other key card.
Soria, that's what it was.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
that one. I don't need that key card. So yes, I will hand that one over to Jeff and take Administrator Yang's key card.
Okay.
And then is Dr. Wells coming with me, or is Leica coming with me?
Who wants to go back to the place with all the blood?
Dr. Wells will go.
Cool. So,
He's not hype about going backwards, but he's kind of seen everyone else kind of shy away from the blood stuff. So
it's stiff. Great. So we have our Dr. Wells and our Jed heading back to room 3. Your drone following Leica as Leica and Jeff head towards Lab 5. Is that correct? Did I hear that right? Fantastic. We'll go with the Doctor and Jed first. You head back into room 3. It's very much like you left it. Blood still on the floor. You can see on a quick glance, there does seem to be a little bit of new smearing, as if something potentially wriggled through here recently. But a very sharp, quick glance around, you don't see any sort of wriggling things. At least not here.
Carl.
Carl.
Okay, well, approaching the console and sticking the administrator's key card in.
Mhm.
And
Fantastic.
as soon as it pops up, going to attempt to lock down laboratory 4.
All right. Now my question is, how are you locking it down? Are you locking down both bulkheads? Are you locking down one over the other? What is your intent?
My intent is to lock down the bulkheads. I'm going to just kind of ping the bulkheads that I'm wanting to lock down.
Okay.
I'm wanting to lock down that door.
Okay.
And that door.
Fantastic.
And then the maintenance hatches into it, if they can be locked down as well.
Sure. Perfect. There is an option that is available to you in this as well. As you very successfully, with this key card, you're very able to lock down both of those doors after, watching your crew mates make it out before you do so. There is also an option in this emergency controls to jettison sectors. Just as an aside, not saying you have to with this one, but at any point, if you are at this console and have this key card, you do have the ability to completely jettison any sector. Doesn't even have to be one of the external ones. You could jettison Sector 7 if you wanted to with this key card. So, as an option, that is there for you at any time.
Okay. I will relay that to Dr. Wells. If we want to eject, we can get rid of Section 4 there, and not have to worry about the creepy crawly blood thing coming after us in here.
I'm a little worried about the structural damage that may occur. If we think it's locked down, then hopefully it's locked down.
Yeah, supposedly I have it completely locked down here. I've locked off I've sealed the maintenance shafts, and I've sealed those bulkheads to room 4 specifically.
Another option potentially is, and I'm not fond of it, but I will bring it up as an option, is you stay here with the ability to... Hold on, before I say this, from Waffles, is this where the camera access is as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so you stay here and watch on cameras and have the ability to jettison anything that happens poorly as a sort of backup, both for 4 and 6 probably.
I can do that if that's what... looking at the cameras, the other crew is in room 5, yes?
Yeah, so you look through, and actually at the same time, I'll describe it so that both parties can see what this room looks like. This area is completely wrecked. There's computer and lab equipment trashed here. There are cages around the room that are burst open, and not like the large cages that held the suits. These are like small animal-shaped cages They lie around the rooms, burst open, their doors hanging on their hinges are completely torn off. There is this thick yellow liquid that's covering a number of surfaces that, like you immediately recognize as that same goo that you had grabbed earlier. There's a final bulkhead on the other side for Sector 6. And there is only a single workspace that isn't completely trashed. On it sits a small refrigerator that sits open, and a notebook lying face down in a large smear of viscera. There is also a large dented cabinet here. So that's what you see in the cameras, and that is what this other team also sees as they enter in.
Okay, so once they are in room 5, I actually click on the intercom. Testing 1 2. You guys hear me?
You do hear the intercom turn on just to your left as you enter the bulkhead.
We can hear you.
Okay, Dr. Wells and I have come up with a bit of an idea. I want to clear it with y'all before we put it through. With the administrator's key card here, I can jettison specific portions of the facility. So if things get out of hand with the blood symbiote in room 4, I can just jettison that particular laboratory. What we'd like to propose is I stay here in operations, keep my drone with you guys so that I can see what y'all see, and then if necessary, if something goes wrong, as soon as y'all get out of a specific room, I can jettison that room.
Okay. But what happens if something goes wrong in the room you're in?
Well,
Can you use that key card to lock down your room?
I can lock down my room completely, yes.
Can you open it back up if you lock it down?
Does it look like I can open a room back up after it's been locked down?
Mhm.
This is a facility manager's key card. Yes, I will be able to open the doors back up if necessary. So I can
Assuming you
seal
have
myself
hands
in
and arms
3.
and- yeah.
I can seal myself up here in 3 and remain safe. And jettison the other rooms as necessary.
The doctor will pipe up over the intercom and say, I think this is really risky. It's like actually a very risky plan, but I think otherwise we don't all survive either. So that's been my take on it. So, higher chance that one of us die, but not all of us die. We stay together. Otherwise we do this and we have a low chance all of us survive.
Look, I'll be fine. It'll be fine, guys. I'll be just fine. There's no Carl's not in here right now, and the blood on this floor isn't moving. So you know, it's okay. I don't mind locking myself up in here. And I'll be able to talk to y'all through the drone if nothing else. So, you know, it's fine.
You still have Dr. Yang's key, right?
Yeah.
Which is the key with the higher access than Dr. Astoria's, which is the one you gave us.
Mhm.
So, theoretically, if worse comes to absolute worse, you would also be in a close position to go turn off the life support, much like it seemed like someone else was trying to do.
That is correct. Yes, if necessary, I can get up to the life support room and shut it all down. If necessary, but that I don't think it'll be necessary. I
Well,
hope.
I hate this plan. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, I'll be on my way back.
I'll monitor you through through the cameras, Doctor.
Well, considering we may want to time this a little bit, let us finish collecting samples here. When we head to 7, you head to 7. So nobody is alone for too long, and you're not walking into Section 7 by yourself.
Sure. You want me to go through 8 or back through 4?
How about go through 2 and then through the vent?
Not a fan of closed spaces, but
Well,
yeah, okay.
Technically, since Jed's staying there, you can go back through 4, and then Jed can lock it down behind you.
Yeah, I like that. I'd much rather be around blood than in a closed space.
So sit outside of 4 until we're getting ready to exit 5.
Okay.
I mean, Dr. Wells, we're in 10,000 leagues beneath the ocean. This entire thing is just one pressurized closed space.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like it.
That's fair.
Okay, I'll be outside
All right.
4.
I'm going to kind of try and clear the room as much as I can. And
Okay.
just kind of keep an eye as they collect samples. I'll be like, as soon as you're done, we're done.
Leica is going to first go for that journal that is face down, you
Fantastic.
said,
Yes.
and kind of like lift it up. And I know it was face down, you said in Viscera, so I imagine that at least the pages that were like that are ruined, but
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
for the sake of maintaining the journal, Leica is going to any of the, let's call them corrupted pages, is just going to rip them straight out.
Okay.
And then pack up the rest of the journal to look at later as the priority is getting the rest of the things out of this room. So in order of operations, Leica wants to look at the beat up cabinet.
Okay.
There was something else that was important.
There's a
fridge.
dented cabinet. Yeah, and there's a refrigerator. Okay.
I guess the journal was next to the fridge, wasn't it? So I want to look inside the open, what is obviously a specimen refrigerator, and look in that, and then go look at the dented cabinet, and then as a last kind of, if possible, look. I don't know if the bulkheads between sections have like windows to look through, but if they do, it wants to try to look down the hall towards 6 to see if we could get more of an idea of what's happening there.
Sure. The first thing I'll say is there are no windows on these bulkheads, as kind of having glass or viewports or things of that nature. It seemed like something that the company didn't want to spare expense on, so they are just solid. Going back in the order, going to the refrigerator, you are very correct in assuming that there are specimen samples in here. In fact, they're literally dated and labeled as specimen samples, 5 of them in total. The most recent of which is from 4 days ago, and it is labeled Lagodi.
Can you spell that?
Yes, I will put it in our group chat here, as well as in the chat on stream. And it is capitalized.
It is capitalized.
Capital L.
The other ones, are they labeled with names like, are they labeled with like Astoria, Yang, or is...
Nope, the other 4 are dated and like have like a 5-digit serial number.
But this one just has this one has
This
all
one
that and
literally-
Lagodi?
It doesn't even have a date. It's literally just like a label that has handwritten on it Lagodi.
That's not very professional. It also is somewhat useless, but we'll take it anyway. And knowing the importance of keeping specimens in a preferred state, we'll look over at Jeff. We'll close the fridge, the mini fridge, and then we'll pick it up and we'll carry it over to Jeff.
I gotta carry a bomb and a mini bar.
It's more like a cooler, but
It's roughly the size of
Um,
your square cat squish. Yes. It's roughly
Okay.
that size, although albeit quite a bit heavier.
Yeah.
And it's full of samples.
it is full of samples. Yes,
Okay,
that's the thing that we have to recover.
I will take it. I will ask for the sample of the squiggly blood.
Yes, hold on. Leica will pull out the sample of blood. We'll pull off a label from a label maker, and we'll date it, and then we'll put the operation number from the brief on it. With it would put op : number, and then -1 for sample 1.
Okay.
And then we'll put that in the cooler.
Mhm.
And then we'll pull out the green vial with the weird green liquid.
Mhm.
And we'll do the same thing but -2 and put it in the cooler.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, now, once everything's, and I'm assuming it's just like a mini fridge, specimen tank, metal, I am going to set it down, get in my pack, get my roll of engineer's best friend,
Mhm.
the duct tape, and I am just gonna like give it a couple of we're gonna do a wraparound.
Okay. Great.
Wrap
Securing,
around.
just getting that nice and
Make
not
sure
opening anytime
if
soon.
anything becomes
a-
sentient inside,
Uh-huh.
I'm not carrying it around with
Like a-
me.
Gotcha.
Like a prank birthday
Yes.
present.
And,
Very good.
Okay.
And then you said you wanted to look at the large cabinet. Fantastic. It is a little bit dented on the front, but you're able to kind of, again, force it open. And inside, there's not a whole lot, but what is in there kind of strikes you. There is a long, thin rifle, and there is a small box, not bullet casings or anything like that. A small, like, rectangular black box that when you open it up, there are what looks like 2 tranquilizer darts. This is a tranquilizer gun and 2 darts.
Leica will take the 2 tranquilizer darts out, and we'll leave the gun and close the cabinet. I was never taught gun safety.
Okay.
But we'll take the we'll definitely take the tranquilizer darts.
Fantastic. And then with the notes, you just said that you close it up and you put it away.
Yeah, the notebook. Well, now that I've finished with this room, what I will be doing is I will be giving Jeff a nod, like, okay, we're done, let's go. And while we're going, I will be like pulling it out and essentially like speed reading through
Yeah. seeing
it,
what's there.
starting with the most recent entry.
The most recent, as in like the one that was written last.
The one that, assuming the book is written sequentially, starting at the back.
Okay, fantastic. A lot of this seems to have been sopped in this bloody fluid mixture. A lot of it is unreadable. However, you are able to parse out 2 entries. One of which would have been from 2 days ago. The other of which would have been 5 days ago. So the entry from 2 days ago reads as follows. Damn Lagodi, always thinking she knows best. She insisted on doing more experiments, even after I urged her to continue the observation phase. And of course that thing bit her, and guess who has to patch her up in the infirmary? There seems to be some odd reactions that she's having, but I'll have to keep her under observation until I can learn more. At least he gave me a chance to take some blood samples. I think I was able to come up with some kind of vaccine to counteract whatever's happening in her blood, but it also allowed me to make a concentrated form of whatever virus thing seems to be attacking her. Maybe if I find the full extent of this virus, I'll be credited for this miraculous discovery. There is underneath that written time of injection, 1435. Time of first notable side effect, 1537. In the margins on this page is scribbled what looks to be some sort of formulaic notations. That there's like an arrow pointed. The word vaccine in the entry is circled, and there's an arrow pointing from it to this formulation.
Okay. And then the entry from 5 days ago?
The entry from 5 days ago reads, "We discovered something extraordinary. The specimens show continually an accelerated evolution, just as we thought. Now is the time for more testing. It's only a shame that I wasn't the one to discover this phenomenon. Lagodi hasn't shut up about it since the moment she observed the changes. Surely management will see it fit to credit the entire team, right? Otherwise, I may need to alter some of the documentation. I put work into this project too, after all."
Okay, well, there's the usual corporate envy bullshit, but beyond that, what we have here is... I don't know if the Carl is a specimen, the specimen they're referring to, or Lagodi, the scientist, and what has become of her.
This book also, as an aside, is does have a label on the inside cover that does say Dr. Shively.
Okay, well that's the last doctor. We had Yang, Astoria, Lagodi, and Shively. Anyway, the long and short of it that I've gotten out of this, Jeff, I'm saying to Jeff as we're walking, don't let Carl bite you.
That's pretty much been the entire plan.
Good to know. Also, as an aside... No, actually, no, the duct tape's fine. I was gonna say we might want to remove the duct tape in case one of us gets bit, since it's possible that one of the things in there is a vaccine for the side effects of getting bit. But, I have a scalpel. I can just cut it off.
Yeah, I got a knife too.
Anyway, on to, crew quarters.
How did we want to do this? Did we want to meet up? We still
yes.
have one key left to find.
No, two.
Two keys.
Two keys. Two keys
one's
left
in
to
7,
find.
one's in 6.
Do we want to clear 7, then go back through 6 to back through 7? Or do we want to meet in the corridor between 4 and 5 with the doctor, hit 6, hit 7, then get gone?
I think we should meet with Dr. Wells in the corridor between 4 and 5 regardless, but I think that in the interest of moving as quickly as possible out of this facility, we should actually probably start with 6, so that if we end with 7, we can just start booking it to the pod bay.
That's what I was thinking. Find an intercom and let's relay that. Tell the doctor he's good to go. Meet in the corridor.
Dr. Wells, Mr. Knight, I think we're good for you to let Dr. Wells through, and then you can lock yourself down.
Fantastic. All right, Doc, here you go. And I'm just going to start, as soon as Dr. Wells is out of room 3, I'm going to lock the door behind him.
Okay.
And then once, I'm going to open up section 4 so that he can get through. And as soon as I see him through, I'm shutting it down, locking it up.
Okay. Fantastic. Dr. Wells, make me an alertness check. You won't gain any stress from failing.
Okay. I'll just gain death from failing.
You'll gain something.
Excuse me, it's called awareness. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, it is awareness. Oh my god, please be aware or alert, whatever you want. Oh my god.
How about a 10 and a 10?
Oh, jeez. Fantastic. So...
4
you don't-
successes.
My hands are off the dice. I have a camera I can show you.
No, I believe you. You don't gain stress from failing, which is great. You are super aware of your surroundings, which is why, as you cross the room, after the door is shut and locked behind you, you hear something. And you're on the opposite end of the room at this point, waiting for the next bulkhead to open. So it hasn't been a very long period of time. But you look behind you, and where the body was slumped on the ground, it is now standing straight up, its head bent over, hanging down, standing exactly where it was, but standing, not moving. So you will take 2 stress from that, unfortunately. You do gain, I will say, you regain 1 lost stress from that critical success. So you technically only take 1 stress from this.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nothing is wrong at all.
Seeing that on the camera, because I am watching him on camera as this goes.
Oh yes, you are gonna also take 2 stress, actually, because you watched it from its downed position. It was not a smooth transition standing up. It was limbs moving in ways that they were not supposed to get this body to stand in a way that it is.
Click. Move faster. Move faster. Faster, please.
Yeah, I'm moving. And he runs.
Perfect. You're able to run through, and you lock the door behind them. As you see... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. He gets on the other side. He's like, with that, I revert my statement and think we should jettison 4.
To go alongside of this, Jed, as you're still on the camera, you watch the body kind of start to take a shambles step forward and put a little too much weight on that front leg. But you see out of that chest cavity, something is starting to like glow slightly. And it takes another staggering step towards the door where the doctor was going, and you can see now, you're looking at the back of this figure, you can see these like vines almost coming out from this chest area and beginning to growing at an astronomical speed, winding their ways around the arms, around the torso, the legs, and the glow is starting to get a little bit brighter, and just as it reaches the other side, you can see, just poking just past the face, there's this glowing orb-like thing on some kind of like a tendril or a stalk of some kind that seems to be moving from the chest area. And it goes,
God.
and it goes over to the door, and it just starts like banging a hand on it, and then banging the other hand on it.
Mm?
And the 3 of you on the other side of this bulwark, you can hear this like faint thudding sound coming from the other side of this door.
Yeah, that body got up and chased me.
Mr. Knight, I think we can stand to lose section 4.
Done. Click.
Perfect. The station shakes violently for a second, and as you jettison it, you lose sight of the room as the camera feed cuts off. However, you are able to, through the different menus that you have here, you are able to confirm that Section 4 is no longer attached to the facility.
Looking at that,
Mhm.
now that I have jettisoned the room, is Section 8 jettisoned?
Section 8 is not jettisoned.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wonderful.
It just appears that the camera is offline.
For the research purposes, I do take that last 15 minutes of recording from section 4 on the camera.
Okay.
And I do download it to a separate file
Okay.
so that I can save it to my PDF.
Perfect.
And to my PDF. Wow. To my PDA.
You save it as a PDF.
Save it as a PDF. Each frame is a different page.
God.
Nobody at corporate knows how to open it.
Oh boy.
Gotta set up an auto clicker to scroll through it to make a sketchbook.
It fills.
But,
There's form fillable portions of it, and that doesn't even make sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Why have you
There's
determined
JavaScript. I don't
Right.
understand it.
Mhm.
But no, I save that last little bit of the body getting up and chasing Dr. Wells
Mhm.
to my PDA.
As you do that, we are going to have our first official burnout roll, as all of this stress is accumulated for our poor Jed here in a very short amount of time. You have witnessed things that no one else has technically seen. The doctor saw the thing stand up. You saw this thing move, run. Bad things happened. So, what we are going to do is you are going to roll a d10, and you are trying to roll above your current stress level.
Okay.
All right, hear me out.
Yes.
Can I know this is coming?
The burnout roll?
Yeah. Can can
potentially.
I know that the stress is building up and pop my painkillers?
I mean, for yourself personally, you absolutely know that, like, you are aware of your own faculties and how much stress you are under. Absolutely.
Okay. He gets out of that room and like dumps probably way too many, like 5 painkillers into his hand. Pops them, chews them up, swallows them. So that'll take
yum.
three stress away from me. But for the
Perfect.
let's see, after first use, which I mean, that's this for this game. I get a -1 to all rolls for 1d10 hours.
Okay. So let's see. That's for 5 hours, so that's basically the rest of this encounter.
Perfect. All right.
You're just a little fuzzy-headed.
Okay.
Yes, so let's have both, actually, the Dr. Wells and Jed. You're both going to roll a d10, and you're trying to roll over your current stress.
Do I add anything to this?
You do not.
Oh God. Well,
rolled a
I can already
7.
tell you I'm not rolling over my stress.
Okay. Yeah, if your stress is 10 or more, I mean, you are going to burn out a little bit, and that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 19 stress right now.
Hell yeah, let's go. All
Let's
right,
go,
perfect.
baby.
Great.
Holy sheesh.
And Dr. Wells, you rolled.
Rolled a 7 over 5. It would have been a 7
Fantastic.
under 8 if I didn't take
Hey.
some painkillers.
There you go. So, the doctor, with the help of some painkillers, is able to kind of. It's not. I mean, you're processing in whatever way, shape, or form that you choose to in this moment. Doesn't mean you have to come to terms with it. It just means that you're coping. Maybe unhealthily, but you're coping.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately-
if I would have died, I wouldn't have been in pain because I'm on painkillers. Easy.
There you go.
Cope.
The Jet unfortunately has a slightly less great time. So, you said your stress was how much?
It's a good old 19.
19. Fantastic. So you're getting about as burnt out as you physically can get right now. As an aside, there is ways to lower your stress. It does take time, and it does use one of your drive, and it does advance the clocks. But for this one in particular, you get, on a 20 plus, you get -1 health when you gain stress for the next 6 hours. And for everybody at home, health is not something that human beings have a lot of. Everyone, I think somebody has a max of 5, and I think that's the soldier, whom no one here is.
Yo,
No, our soldier wasn't able to make
can
it.
I say how
because-
perfect it is that the person we left alone to control the entire place could die without a creature touching them?
You could die by stress. Yes. Yeah. That is
Can
that
die
is
by
the beauty
can
of
die
this
by
game.
watching us on the cameras.
Correct.
Jed's gonna have
that
a
is
heart
true.
attack while just
Because you do
watching
gain
us.
1 stress whenever anybody else fails if you are watching them.
Yeah.
Just as an aside.
Yeah,
If you're not
I'm
watching us,
aware.
you can't help.
Yeah.
Doesn't that
So-
effect end in like the end of this hour though? Because that was only 2
That
hours.
is true. Yeah, it is 2 hours. So yes, at the end of hour 3, that effect will end. So just hold out for 40 more minutes and you'll be okay.
So what Jed does is as soon as he locks up and he jettisons number 4, he reaches into his backpack and he snaps open a Monster Energy drink and just chugs it real quick, sets it down, sets his PDA up to where he's got some music going, and he is full on stress coding right now.
Let's go. Let's go. So as an aside, if you choose to rest, you can spend a drive, and during that rest period, any clocks are advanced, so the clock would advance 1 tick. It removes 2 stress, and you can use any extra first aid items that you would like. At the end of that rest, I roll a die, and if it rolls really high, something unfortunate happens. So just keep that in mind. If you want to forego watching your companions to spend the next 20 minutes, the next segment of this clock, to just rest and help reduce stress with your coding, you can mechanically do that by spending 1 drive. Or you can just say, you know what, we're stressed and we're gonna just sit in it.
We're gonna just sit here until I know they're out of the haunted room.
Fantastic.
Then we will spin that drive.
You know what's
And,
great? At the very least, you can't see into the haunted room. So there's that.
Yeah, this is true.
Speaking of the haunted room, who wants to go to section 6?
Ooh. Let us go.
There we go.
Cue
trying to-
Benny Hill music.
Blah, 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 da, da. I'm trying to get a like a filled whatever. This is
Just
no longer.
draw it freehand. You got this.
Yeah, I can.
The
Well, I wanna do a
the
full
colors on the
circle.
right.
Yeah, I just want to do a filled one, but we're just gonna do this instead because I think that looks like blood.
There
I
was
like
Blood
it.
doesn't
blood in that
exist
room.
anymore. There's blood in that room. All right. So we are heading to room 6, I hear.
I think that while the Dr. Wells was chewing the pills, Leica was like standing there with like a little water bottle that they brought with them. Dr. Wells, at least, okay.
Dr. Wells waves it off and says, "There's enough water around. No thanks."
Anyway,
Moving on
Well.
to 6.
moving on to 6, Dr. Wells, we did manage to find the relevant samples for the company. They are currently stored in this duct-taped fridge that Jeff is carrying.
That is great. So let's not hit anything with the fridge. Okay.
Well, I was going to say that, Jeff, in the event that nothing else is at hand, please do take your own life into account and feel free to use the large metal box as a battering ram if anything tries to bite your leg.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the other thing. We did find a journal. It does indicate that potentially being bit by Carl might have symptoms associated with it, possibly related to what you just experienced.
Interesting. The viscous slime only made my fingers numb, so I guess that doesn't do anything. Okay.
Shall we endeavor to move forward and not die?
Yeah, it's,
Absolutely.
You
if we
can do
have
one of
all the
those things for
samples,
sure.
do we want to leave the refrigerator here since we have to come back to this room in 5? That way you have free hands.
Probably. Also, yes.
Okay.
So I figure I've got a bomb and a mini fridge. I'm just like party boy pack mule right now.
Yeah. We probably don't
I-
want the mini fridge to explode full of samples. So.
I just figured that Jeff, you would be the most trustworthy one to have the bomb since you have more of the hands-on technical skills.
Oh, I fully agree.
So to room
All right.
6 we go.
Room 6 with a
To
bomb.
room 6 with a bomb.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Fridge staying behind, correct?
Yes, we're
Great.
off to nuke the wizard.
All right. You head into the corridor between sector 5 and 6. And opening the door to sector 6. As a reminder for Jed, this is the room that had the condensation over the camera, so it was pretty impossible for you to hear or see anything. Entering this sector is like entering an oven. You're not underwater, so that's good. However, thick waves of wet heat pour out upon opening the bulkhead. The overhead lights are on, but are covered in a viscous yellow substance and flood the room with a golden glow. The same substance covers the floor and the drone bays, collecting in a large, hive-like structure in the center of the large room.
I think we found the breeding pod.
After a moment, a loud moan comes from inside the hive. And you can see, just peeking through, suspended in this hive is a human shape who appears unconscious. You can see that there's a keycard that hangs around his neck, and small white tendrils are slowly climbing up his still body, wrapping him up further and further. At the base of his feet, as he's hanging there, there are 4 small eggs that throb on the ground, all of which are connected to the larger hive with long, pulsating umbilical cords. All 3 of you, upon entering this sector, will take 3 stress, and we will have a burnout roll for each of you.
Will I need to take a stress because I have
You
my
will
drone
not.
following?
Oh, that is a good question. Here's what I will say. Go ahead and roll a d10. This is just going to be a luck roll. If it is 6 or higher, then the condensation clogs up the camera and you won't be able to see, which is good. If it is under a 6, if it is a 5 or under, then you will be able to see it, and you will take stress, and you will have to do another burnout roll.
And take that lovely 1 health.
Yes. Fantastic. So you take 3 stress, and you will lose 1 health, and then everybody gets to make a burnout roll.
All right, I have a rules clarification question. I'm not
Yes.
trying to power game this.
That is fine.
So I have painkillers.
Yes.
It doesn't say one-time use
Correct.
like my field med kit does. I
Mhm.
just have that like -1 to 1d10.
Mhm.
So can I just keep taking painkillers?
Technically, yes, as they are labeled as highly addictive.
All right. I think probably every time
I do think that the negative penalty is going to stack. It won't last
okay.
any longer, obviously, but I do think that it is going to stack.
-2 to rolls. That's ridiculous. And I assume that's -1 dice, not -1 like.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And if you ever have no dice in your pool, you do still roll, but you roll and you take the let me double check that actually. You can still attempt to roll. You roll a d10 and resolve the next tier down on the roll table, which means that a critical success would be a success, an 8 and 9 would be a failure, and a 2 to 7 would be a critical failure, or a 1 to 7, I should say. So.
Okay, I will. The doc really wants to take some painkillers, but he decides that he's still with enough alive people that they need him, so he does not.
For the sake of this, Jed, you're still as burnt out as you physically can be, so you will not gain more bad health detriments, but you will lose 1 health from gaining all that stress.
Okay.
Because I think
yeah.
losing health is going to be it's going to be bad. You're on a you're on a time clock now.
Yeah.
And so then
Jed
the
just
rest of
kind of squeaks a little bit. You kind of hear it over the intercom.
Yeah, for all of you, it's very like crackly because the intercom is just so soggy that it's just really hard for it to actually work.
and then the rest of us have to roll burnout, and we have to roll
Yes.
higher than our stress is, or we get a
Yes.
burnout effect. Correct?
Correct.
This is unlikely. All right.
I have 9 stress, so I have to roll a 10,
It's a
or
chance.
I burn out.
I have
It's a
8.
chance.
What if you make it? What if you tie?
Make it. I think that meets it, beats it.
Oh,
So you would be
yeah.
fine.
I have a
yeah, so you would
30% chance. Let's go.
Hey, there you go.
I've got a 1/5, 20% chance.
I rolled a 7.
Ooh. All right.
7 under 8.
And we just roll a d10.
Yep. You roll a d10 and you're aiming to roll equal to or above your current stress level.
Or super low if you want to fail, because then you only add a 1 to your stuff.
That's correct. 4. Okay.
I have a stress level of 11.
11. Okay. So, for Doctor, you have 8 and you rolled a 7, which is a total of 15.
Yeah.
Which means that you get a d10 of stress.
Sheesh.
If I can roll correctly. So you take 5 stress immediately from
20.
this.
Let's go.
Let's go. Nix, you also got a 15, if I remember correctly, because you had you had 11.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So you will take 4 additional stress. And then, Leica, what did you roll?
I rolled 9, which is my stress.
There you go. So you're stressed, but you're not extra stressed.
It's just like the squishy in Leica's hand is like it could not be squished tighter right now, but
Perfect. The if I didn't say so, there is a key card that is hanging around this body.
Oh, you did.
Suspended
Yeah.
in front of you. Perfect.
I think you hear Leica is like she's squishing the squish, and I don't know if this would be not like mechanically stress inducing, but stress inducing the other people. She just 1, 4, 11, 16, 24, 29, 33, 35, 39, 45, 47, 51, 56, 58, 62, 64, 69, 73, 78, 80, 84, 89, 94, 99, 104, 111. It just starts going on errands in sequence. But then is like, I think we found where we need to put the bomb.
Okay, so since you built the bomb, you know how to set the timer. You do that, and I'm gonna get into my bag, and I have my other engineer's best friend. I have a can of WD-40.
Fantastic.
And I have a torch lighter.
Great.
And
Good.
I'm gonna like be ready and just kind of like walk up to the body and try and snag this ski card. Like, get this timer set, and like if I can get my hands on this thing, be prepared to pivot and run.
Leica is going to place the bomb as close to the eggs as they are willing to get, which is pretty close out of scientific curiosity, but like there's still like a foot in between. We'll put the bomb down and we'll set the timer for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. And
basically that's enough time for if I don't get the key card and I get snagged, I expect you two to run, have Jed seal it, jettison it, and let the bomb go off. If I do get the key card and it doesn't eat me, we all run, and
Mhm.
then the sequence continues.
So Leica will turn the clock to. In a very, very nuclear clock, Armageddon countdown sets it to 10 minutes to midnight.
Mhm.
Um,
Good.
and then like gets ready to push the clicker on top to make it start counting down.
Mhm.
Is waiting for Jeff to grab the key card, and then we will go. So
Okay.
on the count of. Okay.
As
On
you
the
sit
count
there,
of
oh, go ahead.
7.
Okay. As you prepare to count to 7, you're sitting there with your finger over the go button, and your eyes glance up towards these eggs that you're about to set into explosive mode. And you can see in each one, maybe it's from the glow of the lights, maybe it's from maybe it's not, maybe who knows, maybe you're just really stressed. There's definitely things moving inside of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we'll click the button.
All right. The timer has started. And Jeff, you start making your way as you hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 behind you and a click.
And I will not slowly, because I, just like steadily make my way over there with my homemade teenage flamethrower.
Okay.
To try and get this key card.
Okay. Nothing hinders your movement, although the yellowy substance is kind of tacky. So your feet kind of get like a little bit, kind of like walking on very warm tar almost. Doesn't stick to it, but it is
Mm-hmm.
less good. Doctor, are you doing anything?
Doctor's doing 2 things.
Okay.
As Leica counted to 7, he poured out 7 pills into his hand. And then 2, he is kind of like they're in his mouth and he's chewing, but he's like looking around to ensure that nothing else is happening like behind them. He assumes they have like the eggs under control, but he's kind of looking at everything else around the room.
Okay. Glancing around the room, it's really just this goo is everywhere. It looks like it's built on top of all of these drone pods, so maybe if you're able to kind of scrape this stuff off, you could access these drones, which are pretty substantially sized. But other than the eggs and this potentially human person hanging in this hive nature, there's nothing else that you can see.
Oh yeah, can I make a medicine check to see if this person's alive?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
I will use my one-time first aid kit if possible. Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay, so I get, even with my -1, I get 2 dice here.
Okay.
2 and a 9.
A 9, fantastic. So with a 9, from this distance, you heard something of a groan coming from, or a moan or something coming from that direction. And you can see there is, unlike the body that you saw before, one, a chest where a chest should be. And also there is a very, very slight rise and fall to their chest.
Okay. I think as a culmination of all this stress building up, when Jeff is going to get ready to like snatch the key card, the doctor is also grabbing the legs of this person if possible and attempting to rip them out.
Okay, rip them out of the...
Yeah, of
The
this like
thing they're hanging?
cocoon.
Sure.
He's here to save lives.
Yeah. Getting them down, it definitely takes like a hefty pull. But you were able to get them down. It's not graceful. They do kind of land a little bit hard. But a quick look, and I won't even make you roll for it because your intent is to try to save this person if they are alive. You do see that they are in fact unconscious, and you're able to kind of resuscitate them a little bit, but they don't seem to be like responsive. They do seem to be breathing, but they don't seem to be coherent or understanding anything that you're saying or acknowledging their surroundings or anything. They're in kind of this like very, very heavy fugue state.
Sure.
But they are technically alive.
Okay. Yeah, the doc begins to pull them back from everything, and we'll leave them in 5 and lock the room up after we leave, just in case they're carrying something, and we can send other people back down later.
You did manage to grab the key card, by the way, Jeff. So
Nice.
you do have that. And
Okay,
nothing
well.
ate you yet.
Okay, let's leave.
Yeah. And relay to Jed that, like, as soon as we say we're clear, seal it, jettison it. It's gonna go boom.
Yep. And then
Roger
the doc
that.
on the same intercom will say, and there's going to be a live person in 5, so let's try not to jettison that one, but we should lock it down.
Again, Roger that.
Perfect. So with your key card and your scientist, you head back to 5 without any sort of issue. Jed, you were able to lock off 6 and shoot it straight down into the trench, where it will await its rather explosive end at some point.
There we go. Since it's got the yellow.
Hey, there you go.
Hey.
The 3 of you begin making your way to room 7. As you enter this room, this is the largest space in the facility. There are 4 standard-sized doors on the side, each with a placard affixed to it that seems to have the name of one of these researchers on its living quarters. Opposite of these quarters is an open galley with a rectangular table and benches affixed to the floor. On the wall is a sparse counter that holds a microwave, coffee maker, that sort of thing. And a large refrigerator hums nearby, and there is a bulkhead labeled Sector 08. Directly opposite of where you entered from, though, you see another smaller bulkhead. Standing in front of that bulkhead, facing away from you, is a human figure. It is wearing a dirty lab coat and appears to be attempting to use the intercom next to the bulkhead, and it does not seem to notice you as you enter.
When you say it's using the intercom, is it trying to speak into it, or is it just pushing the button?
It seems to be trying to continually push the button.
Am I noticing this in my as the guy in the chair? Am I noticing the light come on and off on the intercom?
So you activate the intercom, and you just hear a strange thumping noise coming from it.
Guys, it's really not funny that y'all are just.
And you also
tapping that-
can't see this. The camera angle is in such a way that you can't actually see this bulkhead or this door.
Guys, it's really not funny that y'all are just thumping that intercom.
Yeah, that ain't us.
Yeah, that ain't
Yeah,
us.
you think we'd do that at a time like this?
There is a something here.
Leiko would like to do something.
Yeah, we see it.
I encourage doing things.
There's a body. There's a person who is
Yes,
Just
a standing
doing-
upright person.
standing upright person.
Yes. Humanoid
If
shape.
they're just like mentally out of it,
Mhm.
then knocking them unconscious seems like the best move. If they're not actually a person, potentially rendering them unconscious also seems like a good move. Leica is going to try to sneak up behind them with the 2 tranquilizer darts and just
Mhm.
fucking jab them into what would be the jugular veins.
This is a fantastic thing that you're doing. And our first chance for anyone to roll a sneak check.
Which
Um,
I asked for because I also have a die in that.
let's go. Let's go. So the rest of you see Leica start to kind of crouch down and grab these double fisting these tranquilizer darts. Are the two of you doing anything while they do this?
Can I do a? I'm gonna constantly ask weird questions like this, and I'm sorry.
Please.
Can I do a help if I see them failing kind of aid? And I want, like, if I see the creature beginning to turn around on them, I want to make a loud noise somewhere else to distract the creature away.
Yeah. So
But
what
otherwise, I don't really want to make a noise. So
Yes, absolutely. So I'll count this as a collaboration roll. So essentially, you typically roll the same skill, but for this, you can make a case for pretty much any skill that makes sense in this scenario for what you want to accomplish. And you'll roll alongside Leica, basically adding your die result to their pool.
okay.
Um,
I will. Can I roll body? And I'm just gonna knock.
for sure.
Okay.
And you can, as part of the help thing, you can buy extra die by spending drive, adding stress, things of that nature as well. If you do fail the roll overall, all parties who are involved will take the stress or whatever consequence it is.
Okay.
I have one die in sneak. I am gonna spend my last drive as well as take a stress, so I'm rolling at least 3 dice.
Fantastic. This is going to need, in order to succeed, it is going to need 2 successes. If you do get 1 success, there will be a partial benefit, but it will not be the same way as you want it to be.
I will spend a drive, a health, and a stress.
Living on the edge, this doctor, the edge of every conceivable thing.
He's basically ready to punch the wall as hard as he can, and it's gonna hurt real bad. So that's how it's.
So
going.
I'm rolling
Fantastic.
3 dice and you're rolling 4?
3 because I have a minus 1d10 right now.
Fantastic. So of a pool of 6, before you roll, Jeff, is there anything you want to do to assist in this action, or is there something else that you would like to do?
Essentially the same thing. I still have the torch in the WD-40. If it looks like this goes sour, the thing spins around. I want to be able to try and dash in and, if not light it on fire, at least
Fire in the face.
Ah!
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
I actually
Perfect.
have something that I want to do to help.
Fantastic. Let me hear it.
If it turns around like it's about to try and eat Leica's face, the drone is going directly for its face.
There you go. Okay, fantastic. So, let's see. So it sounds to me like what Jeff is trying to do is kind of a combat role. Although you can anybody can make, calls for or whatever it is. You can pitch it to me, and if it sounds good, we'll do it. It sounds like a combat role, but you can make your argument for whatever it is. And then for our drone work, that probably is going to be an engineering, honestly.
I was thinking it'd be either a tech or a...
Oh, a tech would be, 100%. 100%.
And I will spend my last drive to give myself an extra die there.
Fantastic. Excellent. Perfect. All right, everybody.
So we need 2 successes.
With all of your dice
wait.
combined, you only need 2 successes.
It's just the Captain Planet by our powers combined.
Can I just say that I love the music just amped up right there when you said that? That is... Mwah.
All right. We need 2 successes. I'm rolling 3 dice. Fucking Dr. Wells is rolling 3 dice. Jeff, how many dice are you rolling?
Let me do the math too. 1.
1. Okay.
1.
Did you want to spend any drive,
Actually,
health, or add stress?
I am going to, since we're getting closer to the end, where is... you said we all had 2 drive?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to spend 1 drive.
Okay, fantastic. So that'll add an extra dice to your pool. So I think that's somewhere around like 9 dice.
Well, how many dice is Jed spending?
I'm rolling 2.
So it's 10. It's 10 dice.
10. All right, out of 10 dice, you need 2 successes. You need 2 of these dice to be 8 or higher.
Okay.
Or a single 10. A single 10 will give you 2 successes.
Let's
Here we go. Oh
We've got
no!
1 success. We've got 2 successes. Wait, we've got 1 success so far.
I got a 9 and a 10.
Fantastic. So far you have and then you got a 2.
I got 2 8s.
Wait,
And
so that
2
means
eights.
I
So-
got a 10, so I lose a stress, right?
You do. Yeah, and for the sake of this being a group check, everybody's going to lose 1 stress. So you're going to regain a positive stress. Become 1 less stressed. So you've essentially done an impossible task between the 4 of you. So as Jed and Jeff and the doctor prepare to piggyback off of Leica. Leica, you crouch down and kind of start to very softly make your way forward. It's strange how imperceptible you are, at least from an auditory standpoint. You can barely hear you with the just even the slight thumping on this intercom. That's enough to cover your footfalls. When you get right behind them, whether it is because they sense you, they smell you, something tips them off, and they whip around, revealing what used to be potentially Dr. Legati. Her chest cavity has been ripped apart, and in its place, much like before, a single glowing red eye extends on a sinewy eye stalk. Thin tendrils wrap around the limbs of the corpse, and they start to twitch as it begins to kind of move in very stilted fashions. There's a key card dangling from around her neck, wrapped in black oily tendrils. As they whip around, everything happens all at once. The drone shoots forward, smacks her in the face, shooting her head backwards. You hear this sickening crack as the head snaps backwards. Likewise, the doctor smashes something very, very hard to kind of make noise on one side, while the other side, Jeff, you run forward with your impromptu flamethrower straight into this now bent backwards next. Good news, Leica. Those jugulars, very exposed right now. You jump forward and shove them straight inside either side of the neck, and it only takes probably 5 seconds for them to start taking effect. In that 5 seconds, the neck that snapped backwards, the top jaw somehow snaps farther backwards as out of the throat this giant tentacle, red and dark black and spiny, shoots outward and starts flailing about before it slowly starts to crumple underneath you, these sedatives taking control of this very not human body anymore as it collapses into a heap in front of you.
As it's like in that moments where it's like as I like put the sedative tranquilizers into its neck, as I'm like going, can I just like as I'm going just rip the key card as I'm like running away?
Yes. Yes. I will say for Jed, you're watching both your camera and the cameras are up on the screen there. You see some sort of like small ping on camera 9. Just a little like alert, like a little movement alert.
Okay, I check camera 9 real quick.
As you look into camera 9, you see a person, a physical person, not one that has chests burst open, not one that has any sort of strange alien appendage coming out of them. You see an individual with a tank top, hair kind of half pulled up. You can see that there is some sort of bandage across their thigh as they limp over towards the door and just are putting their ear against the bulkhead, trying desperately to hear anything.
Hello? Identify yourself, please.
They visibly jump back and take a step back, falling over. There's a second where they just kind of sit there. And then they crawl forward and they push on the intercom. Hello? Who is this?
This is Jedediah Knight of the Wuhan Baxter Corporation. Can I get your name, please?
Oh, thank God. My name is Dr. Astoria. I've been trapped in this I thought I was going to have to repair submarines to get out of here. Is everyone? I heard something happening. Is everything all right? This thing used to be. Are they gone?
Stand by, and then switching to intercom 7.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, what's the status in here? Is the tentacle thing down for the cameras?
We have all the key cards. We have all the samples. We left. Did we leave that unconscious guy
Yes.
from the? We left him in lab 5,
Left
right?
him in 5 alive.
All the samples. We have all the key cards. Jed, I think it's time to start heading back to evacuation.
Before you do, we have Dr. Astoria in room 9 in the diving pool. Dr. Astoria is alive behind the thing that you just stabbed.
Okay,
Well?
you guys get Dr. Astoria. I'll grab unconscious 5 guys, and we'll get out of here.
Let's see. I don't trust anything. Make sure you grab that sample fridge because it's got the vaccine in it. Because if we're bringing people back, we're going to need to inoculate the both of them, lock them away and observe them. Because we don't want to bring this to the surface.
Yeah, I mean, I can't carry a guy in the whole fridge, but I saw it. It's duct taped. I'll just cut it open and grab the vaccines.
Well, it's got the samples too, so if you two go get the fridge and the person, I'll get the doctor.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll get the fridge. That's probably easier to carry than a person. And
Yeah, I can drag the person. It'll be okay.
Leica will run back to Lab 5 with Wells, if Jed can open it.
So as Jed is opening room 5 and everything, he makes sure that the doors to room 9 are unlocked as well. And then he clicks over on the intercom. He says, "Dr. Astoria, one of my comrades is coming in right now to assist you. Please do not make any sudden movements. We're all a little jumpy here."
You can see them nodding, and then they move forward and they say, sure, and they'll take 3 steps back away from the bulkhead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I make sure that the door is open for Jeff with the slightly damaged drone, ready to fly at Dr. Astoria's head as well.
Okay. Perfect. The bulkheads open without any sort of issue, and you do see a non-binary person in front of you with a large bandage around their upper thigh, all sorts of lab equipment or coats, completely not even here. They're very, disheveled looking, very haphazard. You can see some freeze-dried food bits kind of everywhere. There's a submersible that's hanging in this room that looks like it's in slight disrepair, but there's also a lot of tools. It looks like potentially Dr. Astoria, and they will tell you this as well, we're trying to get this thing back together to try to take it to get back into the surface. They also tell you that I had to seal up the storage room. I had to seal up Sector 8 because I made it into it was short-sighted of me. I wanted to make sure that it was a safe zone, and I camped out there for a couple of days, and then I was chased back in here with my. Did you get my key card?
Yes.
It has I downloaded everything. All of the. We can't let the company have this information. I don't know what they're planning to do with it, but it's you've seen what it does. It's awful. It's terrible. Right?
Agreed. Yes. This is
Like a
Great.
oh,
the most horrific thing I have ever seen.
Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Great. But I'm sure we can just go back through the laboratory and everything will be fine.
Go back through the laboratory.
To get to your pod?
Section 4 is missing.
What do you mean Section 4 is missing?
We had to improvise.
God. Okay. All right. There's a hatch that and they just start looking around. They kind of hobble into room 7 and they look around and they go back behind where the countertop is, where the refrigerator and everything is. They just kind of like shove the fridge out of the way, and there is a vent behind the fridge. God. As far as I know, then this might be the only way. Unless, I mean, we could crawl through 2 chutes to get back to the pod bay, but.
Let me see. I took the perk shortcut.
Mm.
Once per mission, the engineer can identify a bypass corridor between 2 points that employees can use for the remainder of the mission. So can I examine the schematics and basically, from an engineering standpoint, this doesn't look right. I think there's something here that's not here.
Yeah. As you pull out the map and everything, the other 2, you make it to Sector 5. The body has not stood up. It is still breathing. You're able to collect the doctor as well as all of the samples and vaccines and everything. Is there anything extra that you wanted to do in this room, or did you want to simply make your way back to room 7?
Room 7, probably.
Okay.
Well, the doctor's gonna grab the vaccines and everything, obviously.
yeah. Well, I mean, Leica will grab the fridge while you grab the person.
Okay.
I forgot you're grabbing the whole fridge. Yeah, and the doctor just grabs the person by the ankle and arm and drags them across the floor.
Fantastic. And unceremoniously, drug doctor drags another doctor. The doctor, you go back to 7.
Okay, they're alive.
While that happens, you go over the schematics, and you know that there's maintenance shafts to help with air ventilation and everything, but you're pretty sure that there has to be another way to access the life support. There has to be. In your head, that's the one thing that never really made sense. Why is there only one way in and out? As you're looking around this room, you see that it's fairly high up, but you're able to get on the counter, get on the refrigerator, and actually find one of the ceiling compartments, one of the ceiling panels actually does open up as an emergency hatch, an emergency access that leads straight to life support. As you do that, Dr. Astoria looks up at you and says, "Where the hell did that come from? Would have saved me a whole lot of trouble."
You just got to know what you're looking for with structures like this.
Apparently.
Um,
The rest of you come in to see this as well.
Leica comes in and will be like, "Hello, Dr. Astoria. It is very nice to meet you."
Oh. Hello. You're very small. Young? Hello? Are you an intern?
I have more PhDs than you. Don't look down at me.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I've been eating freeze-dried fruit bars for 4 days. My apologies.
It's fine. You're
Points
probably experimenting low levels of hysteria. We need to get out of here.
I agree. And the now 4 of you plus an unconscious body. I do have a question. What are you doing about Tentacles? Are they staying behind, or are you bringing them with you?
Oh no, they're staying behind.
Yeah.
If we had another bomb,
Okay. Perfect.
About that.
Uh-huh.
So while they are doing that, I want
Mhm.
to look through the emergency protocols here.
Okay.
Is there a self-destruct sequence or overload for the power or something of that nature that I can use to make this whole place go boom?
We'll make one final roll for the night as you roll a hacking roll for me.
All
I
right.
believe in you. There's no possible way you could gain more stress and die in this moment.
And as he has a heart attack. Boom.
I was just about to say I'm going to take a health and roll an extra D10, but that's not a good idea.
I mean,
'cause
what's
then
the
you
worst
could.
that could happen?
Why not? Let's do it.
Please don't. Please, we've done so well. Please don't die.
Listen, you've got 2 health, so that with this roll, you will either succeed or fail. Is that correct? Because you have 3 health, and you lost one.
I
and you
have-
just spent one. Actually, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't spend health for this. You would spend stress because you're doing
Okay.
something, an intellectual act. So
Okay.
no worries. You have 2 health. If you fail, it's okay.
We're good then. I have 2 health. We're good. So I'm going to spend a stress.
Mm-hmm.
And over the intercom, y'all actually hear what sounds like the score from Sweeney Todd start coming from the. There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and it's filled with vermin who are filled with. Yes.
3, 2, 5.
It is quite bad. So, you do take another stress, which means that you also lose a health. You are not doing. Your friend Jed is not doing well, friends. But all of that said, it is technically not a success. But it is, because you are able to find a self-destruct. The only catch is that you have to be here to activate it, and you yourself will not be able to get out if you do. There is not enough time.
Okay.
Over
Alright,
the
okay.
intercom, you hear Leica say, "Jed, we're leaving."
You actually hear, so over the intercom, you hear, guys, I have an idea. I'm not a big fan of it. Oh. Why is the light swimming? So, y'all go. Get Dr. Historia. Get out of here. I agree with the good doctor. The company can't have any of this. I'm gonna blow it.
Okay. And set it on a timer and join us.
There's not enough time on the timer. I tried. It's gonna give me basically 30 seconds. So, get to the pod.
Listen, I agree, but we also need to understand that if we're doing this, we have to do it all the way. If this material comes back with us, this data comes back with us, nuking this place is pointless. They're just gonna start somewhere else. So we gotta leave this stuff here.
I agree.
Then I have a terrible, terrible question I have to ask. Dr. Astoria,
Yes.
how did you get that leg wound?
I was running from Dr. Lagodi and it got caught on one of the bulkheads.
Is there like an insight kind of thing? Like,
I could just turn and say, "Let me see the wound."
Sure. And they start unwrapping it, and it does. I mean, it's a little bit jagged, but it is a pretty straight kind of line through their upper thigh.
It doesn't have a Carl was here bite mark look to it.
Does not seem to have a Carl was here bite mark to it. It does look a little bit swollen, a little bit like it hasn't been properly treated. But it doesn't look like any sort of bite mark.
We've got the vaccine. Do we have any idea about Captain Unconscious?
Call me heartless, but I say leave him. He was literally nested in that thing's hive.
Yeah, but we saved him and we got a vaccine.
Yeah, like I'm like, come on
Okay,
in with the
but
Hippocratic
also-
oath.
Also, theoretically, the vaccine, we don't know if it works because the guy who injected it, he said he injected a vaccine into Dr. Lagodi, and look how that turned out.
Oh.
Well, then we just kill him on the surface. Right now he's a human.
Oh yeah, you took that whole hippopotamus oath thing, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really care for it, but at the same time, like, I would hope somebody would do that for me.
That's fair. All right, bring him with.
Eats 10 more pills.
Things are a little bit swimmy for you. Like, you're still stressed, but things are feeling a little bit like,
Jed, Jed, are you
Yeah.
sure?
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely certain I'm gonna make it back to the surface.
Oh, I can help you make it back for sure.
My chest supposed to feel this tight?
Probably. It's anxiety.
My arm's kind of tingly. I'm gonna be honest.
Stress.
it's all stress.
Stress. Nothing else. No real health
Look.
problems.
I will try to make it to the pod. But if I try to make it to, if I activate this self-destruct and try to make it to the pod, there's a chance none of us make it out of this.
Yeah,
All right, hear me out real quick, okay? This is the last thing. What if you put one of those big suits on, you activate the self-destruct, and then you jettison number 2?
Worth a shot.
I had another idea also. What if you came with us, but had your drone do the activation?
My drone doesn't have that kind of control. I can't access I can't access the computer from the drone.
Technically.
He took the wrong perk.
Well,
It's a separate perk.
yeah.
It's a separate perk from Drone Friend. If I level
remote
up,
access,
I can do it.
Right. Remote access just says accessing a company computer allows you to access it from your PDD remotely. However, I would say if you wanted to, you could set a line of programming code that would essentially put your drone in you could just plug it in and just have it automatically start whatever process you want it to. I would say that that's definitely something you could do if you wanted to. You would lose your drone, absolutely.
I can always build another one. We are going to attempt it. The drone will actually take off and fly away from the rest of the party.
Mhm.
It will go through the maintenance hatch will open. He'll go through the maintenance hatches and come back to Jed.
Okay.
And Jed will start plugging it in and using his toolkit, will start trying to build the hack to make this work.
As you do so, the rest of you begin to move through this hidden chamber with your person in tow, or are you leaving them behind?
We're taking him.
Okay.
Yeah, towing.
Okay. We're towing
Dragging.
a person, bringing Dr. Astoria as well, all of your samples, your vaccines, and you make your way back to the pod bay. Are you getting into the pod, or are you simply seeing it in the bay until Jed gets here?
We'll wait for Jed and then get in the pod.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Fantastic.
suggest we put unconscious. How cramped is the pod?
It was pretty cramped with the four of you. With 2 extra bodies, it's gonna be it. I mean, it kind of goes by itself, so you don't have to worry about piloting it. So it is gonna be like people on laps kind of situation.
I'm small.
Because I was thinking if we could use one of the exosuits as like a containment in case Guy wakes up and there's actually a problem.
That would unfortunately not be something that you could fit in there and fit all of you.
Duct tape him to the roof.
I think the pressure change would kill him. Rapid
Yeah.
pressure change would cause what is commonly referred to as the bends, which is nitrogen in the system, and then he would be in absolutely the most immense pain of his entire life, probably, and die horribly.
Let's just have the other doctor carry him just in case he wakes up.
All right, let's light this candle.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do this then. Do I need to
Okay.
roll anything?
I will make one roll. I will make a secret roll. Because regardless of success or failure, you won't really know yourself until you do it.
Yep.
Right? So, I will make one final roll for the night. Perfect. Alright. I have my roll locked in.
Everybody in.
So once I finish up what I'm doing, I'm running for the pod bay and climbing in somebody's lap.
No. We all know that I have to sit in the person's lap. I'm the smallest one here.
Well, you know what? That is perfectly fine.
I'm used to it.
Alright. Everybody climbs into the pod. Jed sets the line of code into motion and begins booking it. Now, Jed, what is your hacking score? Like, how many ticks do you have in hacking?
With the, I gotta double check myself here. With the electronics toolkit, I believe it is at a 3 if I use the electronics toolkit.
Okay.
Yes, it is at a 3 if I use the electronics toolkit.
All right. You start booking it through these bulkheads that I assume you just opened the straight way there.
Yes.
You make it through power, and you're in your head, you're like, all right, it's got, it's probably 10 seconds of code, which gives me an extra 10 seconds, so 40 seconds. Everything is fine so far. You make it through. As you go through the corridor between the power and server control and the pod bay, you are inside the corridor and you hear something scuttling on the other side of the wall. And as you enter into the pod bay, this specimen comes out of the hatch next to you, of the maintenance shaft next to you. I need you to roll a dodge for me, or else this thing is going to get one last nibble on you.
Oh, I'm gonna spend
I
the
help?
stress to give myself a point of dodge.
Okay.
Cause
Can I help?
How would you like to try to help?
Well, given that we're decided that we're not taking the samples with us and I was the one carrying the fridge, I'm gonna chuck it at the thing.
Amazing.
If that is at all possible.
Anything is possible if you want to try.
Sure. What kind of a roll would that be? I assume that's not a dodge.
Correct. That would probably be a body roll.
Not a fight? I mean, it's the same either way.
It could be a fight, yeah.
Alright, well, I have no dice in that, so I guess I will spend a health, because this is physical.
Yep.
So I will spend a health for 1 die. I have no drive to spend,
I believe
so I will spend a second health.
Okay.
So that I at least have 2 dice to help here.
Okay.
How many successes do we
Just
need?
one.
Just one. Okay. Go ahead and
boom!
roll.
There's a success. That's an
but
8.
I didn't
All
get
right.
any successes, so we're
We
riding
have
on
our
that
one
one.
success that we needed. You barely manage. You feel it kind of grab a little bit of your fabric as you rush past. You scamper up that ladder. You know you have seconds to spare to get into that pod and close that hatch before things start getting bad. You get up there. They slam the hatch closed. As soon as it latches, you hear the voice say, "Auto docking, re-engaged," and you hear a hissing sound as it detaches from the station. As you all feel the water around you, you feel the pod shake, and you can hear, even through the pod walls, as you begin to move away, this wave of force as the entire Eurydice facility explodes behind you.
Bye, Carl.
Fast forwarding a little bit, back at Company HQ. The doctors are quickly taken out of your care and put somewhere else. You never hear from Dr. Astoria again after that day. You're not sure where they end up. Hopefully somewhere nice. Maybe they got a promotion. The rest of you, the trip back is a long and mostly silent one, back to the HQ. You are escorted quickly to a debriefing session, individually, and you're each questioned about what happened, though more specifically, you are asked if you were able to reclaim any of the research. Now, does anyone withhold any information from this place?
On the way back, if I still have my PDA, I hit the delete button on the research that I downloaded.
Okay.
I left the journal. I left the samples. I left literally everything. And when asked what to relay as to what happened, I will recount everything more or less as it happened, omitting the factors where we found key cards and instead attributing that to Jedediah's hacking skills.
Mm-hmm.
And when asked about why it was impossible to collect samples, simply state that all samples were too corrosive of nature to be safely transported.
Fantastic. Perfect. I am curious what Dr. Wells has to say during this debriefing and interview process.
Are we alone?
If anything. Yes, it is. They are individual, or they are separate. So you're not with any of your crewmates.
Yeah, Dr. Wells would ask for a release for the company for an exchange of information.
There's a small amount of negotiation, but agreeable terms are met. Do you withhold any information after that point?
No. He assumes that they tortured the other doctors and scientists anyway, and he just wanted to get some out of it. So he tells them everything.
Fantastic. With the best deal possibly that could be struck with the company, you have found your way out of the company. Truly the only person to win in this game, honestly. As the rest of you, over the next week, are given time off to relax. You're told that you're kept under observation for the next small amount of time, just to make sure there's no further complications. And there is a report that comes through, a general site-wide report, that there is going to be a portion of the laboratories that are going to be off limits for a small while, as there was a fire hazard that broke out. What is not told in these briefings is that Dr. Shively, whom you brought back, the unconscious individual in that facility, was alive and was very much infected and very much blossomed into a terrible, terrible creature, and could only be put down by a blazing inferno. And that, ladies, gentlemen, and all those who fall in any other category, is the company. Dun, 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 dun.
Woo!
Thank you, everybody. I know we ran a little bit long, but I promise it was worth it. Oh, you all made it out, which is actually, like, so far in all the company experiences that I've had, it's a minority.
We are all alive, and I tried
all
so hard to
alive.
keep Jed alive.
You did, and you were successful. Now, like, whether you'll be excited to be alive after all of that, there's some extensive,
Fuck you, Dr. Wells.
Dr. Wells, living it up now on the outside.
Dr. Wells is here for himself now that he saved all the lives.
1 health, 24 stress.
Very stressful mission.
Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure that we are able to let all of you in chat enjoy the rest of your evening. So, nice and briefly, if we could go around once again to remind everyone who you are, where they can find you, a small blurb of the things you do on the internet, and then we will head on our merry way. So, let us start with Mervin.
Alrighty then. I am Mervin. You can find me at Mervin's Musings on Twitter, Twitch, and even Glamesh. I do a lot of charity streaming and a lot of rocking and stoning in Deep Rock Galactic. So, looking forward to hanging out with you guys again sometime.
Beautiful, wonderful. Waffles.
Yeah, I'm Waffles. Find me on Twitter while it exists at GM_Waffles, where I talk about autism and mental health and all kinds of cool stuff. Find me on Waffles Maple Syrup every other Thursday for Outcast and Outclassed, where I play Ark, who is basically my android representation of autism. And yeah, we're about to head into season 2, and we should have some cool stuff for y'all coming up in the pipeline. Thanks.
Heck yeah. Nix.
Heyo, I'm Nix. I'm your proud punk rock uncle, and you're doing an amazing job. You can find me on Twitter at MC_etching, here on the Twitch at Punkle Nix. I stream 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I am an independent artist and a glassmaker, killed at Himbo, and your local internet silly person.
Delightful, never change. And of course, the beautiful, wonderful Jamie.
Hello, I'm Jamie Wolf. I am an artist and variety streamer. You can find me on Twitter as Jamie Wolf Art. You can find me here on Twitch as Jamie Wolf. Jamie spelled with 2 I's, Wolf spelled with an E at the end. I am also over on the Huntsman's Hydra, where every other Sunday, including this coming Sunday, I am the GM for Fire in the Dark, a Blades in the Dark show. So check that out if you're interested in dark fantasy.
Fantastic. Of course, a humongous shout out to our lovely producer, Derek, who's been absolutely slaying it this weekend. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. Everybody at Greater Restoration, y'all are fantastic. Thank you so much for putting on this event. Thank you, everybody, for raising almost $1,400. That's fantastic and wonderful. My name is Maria. I have been your manager for the evening. You can find me everywhere the internet is sold at Happy Capster. I am a variety streamer, TTRPG performer, and creative voice actor, and loudly caffeinated Hispanic person. So, thank you so much for letting me run this game. Thank you everybody for playing, all of you players. Thank you everybody for watching and donating. Until next time, everyone, look forward to that promotion. It's coming soon, I promise. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, friends. Looks like we're at the end of our shenanigans. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I definitely did. Holy shit. I just read one of the donations, and wow. Anyways, my name is Witchy. I go by she, her. I hosted yesterday, and I'm here to just give the last shout-outs to donations. So if you have any donations that you've been holding on to with your grubby little fingers, you could give them to us. That wasn't a great way to say that. Anyways, I'm gonna read off some ones that we haven't read yet. First off, shout out to CC who donated $50. CC said this has been amazing. Keep up the good work, GR crew. CC, thank you so much for being a fantastic mod. You're the best. Next we have Shannon Lee, who have done to I believe for the last stream, I think, or the stream before that. My brain's not working. I've been playing Jedi Survivor all day and I'm pooped. Next up we got Derek, who donated $50. Derek, you're amazing. Donating and working the stream and being an amazing human being. They said Pokédex update from the tech team. It is finished. Let's celebrate with some burnout for everyone. I believe they gave burnout to the entire team. That is so rude, Derek, but understandable. It was a very great game. It was a very good game. Good game. Next we got Phoenix Path, or the Phoenix Path. I need to remember the beginning of words or usernames. They donated $20. They didn't leave a note, but thank you so much, Phoenix Path. You are amazing. Next we have Scotty Jones, who donated $42.69. God damn it, Scotty. He said, "Wee-oo!" And thank you so much for that donation, and thank you so much for your support, Scotty. You're the best. Get that D&D campaign written so we can play it soon, okay? We have another donation from Derek, who put us at $1,400. Oh my gosh, they donated $662 to get us to $1,400. Let's fucking go. Once again, thank you guys all so much for donating and supporting. If you couldn't donate, if you just came in and sat and chat, that's just as good too. We really do appreciate everybody who came out to support Take This. If you're still not sure, if you're here at the end of the night and not sure what we're talking about with Take This, I'll give you the rundown. Take This is a nonprofit working on destigmatizing mental health within gaming spaces, whether it's people who make games or people who play games. It is a super cool nonprofit to support, and they are amazing, and I definitely believe that there needs to be more support for people with more support for everyone in games with mental health. So we are super duper happy to raise this much money. And yes, hot damn, that is a lot of donations. And we love to see it. If you have any last minute donations that you want me to read, whether it is $1 or 50 cents, I don't know if you could donate 50 cents, but you could definitely try. I will definitely read it. Coming up next, though, we do have our end of day wrap up with all of our organizers, who are absolutely fantastic. So make sure you stick around. They're gonna say way more thank yous than I am right now. And they are all amazing. I've been doing this stream, I've been helping out with this stream for like 3 years, either as a player or my first time DMing, or this year on staff, and they have been fantastic human beings to work with, and they are awesome. If you want to donate just to say heck yeah staff, that'd be sick. Anyways, there are no more games tonight, just the wrap up in a few minutes. But dang, $1,400. That is sick. I'm so proud of us. You guys did the majority of the work, donating all that money and playing all those games. I just got to sit here, look pretty, you can't see that, and talk about donations. So, again, on behalf of probably a bunch of people who aren't going to be able to say thank you in the next bit, thank you so much for donating, thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much to anybody who donated incentives, whether it's like commissions or anything like that. Thank you. I, once again, as every time I host, you should enter the raffle to get a sketchy goblin commission. One of the best pieces of art I've ever seen is of my D&D character, and no joke, I nearly I pretty much cried when I saw it when it was finished up. Sketchy did a fantastic job. So I highly recommend going for that incentive if you haven't donated yet. What else? Any more donations come in? Let's see. None yet. But yeah, how does one enter the raffle? Excellent question, my dear Scott. When you donated, you could have put money towards an incentive. I believe the minimum, let me pull up. I don't have my sheet on me, which is unprofessional of me, but let me look. Eek! Man. Always the last one is the worst, huh? No, I'm kidding. Well, your minimum donation required to be able to get that sweet commission from Sketchy was $50, and the way to do that was like you would pick your reward when you were trying to donate. If you clicked just donate, it wouldn't have given you the option to go to the rewards. I believe though that you can go back and pick a reward if you weren't able to do so already. The exact way of doing that, I could not tell you. I'm good with Tiltify from my own charity streams. I'm not that good at remembering. So, my bad, Scott. If you have issues with it, you can message me on Discord and we can try to figure it out. But yeah, I think that's the majority of what I was supposed to say. How about a really quick thank you to all of our different sponsors who've also donated some incentives. We got Hit Point Press, who've made Humblewood, and you could get that as an incentive if you still want to try to donate. You can. You got time. You got till I think we keep it open for a minute, but you got time. We're also sponsored by 1985 Games. They make some sick VHS sharp edge dice, as well as a ton of different in-person tools to help with your TTRPG games. So you could always go there. And then we're also sponsored by Die Hard Dice. Whoa, Die Hard Dice. And they are fantastic. I have bought plenty dice sets from them. I actually got the Wellspring set that Greater Restoration partnered with them to create. It is a sick copper dice with some blue fonts, same thing. They're gorgeous. They have awesome dice trays, cool dice. I believe they have a HP spinner for a different game that I can't remember off the top of my head. But Die Hard Dice, they're all really cool. If you go on to Twitch, you could scroll down to the bottom of our bio page, and they should have all of our affiliate links. Make sure you click through those to make sure that you get your discount, and we get some love from our sponsors. Is there anything I'm missing? Dear mods, dear organizers, I'm sure you all are taking a break as you should. I was gonna say I think it's interchangeable too. I feel like sometimes people get a little funky with that with grammar. I'm doing perfect, fantastic. I always thought that I was good at improv until I agreed to help host. And then my skills have been put to the absolute brink of test. Oh my god, no! Oh, that wasn't a pun. Okay, thank you. I'm so glad that you think I'm acing it. Thank you, Scott. But that's graphic designer brain rot. I know. I kind of, that's why I was getting into it, because I took some graphic design classes, so I was like, wait, am I doing this correctly? Yeah. I've been Witchy98. This isn't my sign off. I'm just saying who I am. I have been your host. 4 more minutes. Got it. I can talk about Greater Restoration for 4 more minutes. Hey, they have a really awesome Humblewood campaign going on right now. I am not entirely sure which day they play on. But if you were curious of seeing what Humblewood is before you went to Hit Point Press through our affiliate link to purchase it, you could watch it and find out for yourself if you would enjoy Humblewood. I know it's beloved by a lot of people in the community. Tuesdays at 7 Eastern, thank you. So check us out on Tuesdays. I won't be there. I have a home game on Tuesdays, so I can't do it. But yeah, the Tuesdays at 7. Sick. Well, I've been Witchy98. If you liked my voice, you can check out a podcast that I'm on sometimes. It's called Good Morning Thetis. We're all on podcasts are heard. That is my one shout out I'll give to myself. Also, you can follow me on Twitter at Witchy981. Alright. I'm currently not making any content right now for the most part. Life got really wild last year, so I'm still trying to recover from that. I am on Good Morning Thetis pretty regularly, and if you like Dragon Age, BioWare, anything cool like that, you could hit us up there. Sometimes I stream on Twitch, same name, Witchy98. I might pick up more on that once I finish Jedi. But yeah, thank you guys again for joining us this weekend. I know this weekend has been wild. A lot more interactive games, which is so cool. I love interactive streams, so like being able to donate yesterday and cause someone to pull a card from the deck of many things was fantastic. Anyways, thank you guys so much again for watching, joining us this weekend. I'm going to go ahead and close myself out so you guys can listen to our lovely organizers' thank yous. I hope you guys enjoyed this weekend as much as I did, and I hope to see y'all in a Greater Restoration stream chat soon. Thank you guys again. Love you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to assume that we can be heard, but here we are at the end of day 3, and at this point, I don't know if tech's working anymore, and I just kind of walk forward and assume that it is.
Loud and clear. So
Loud
we're
and
good.
clear. Let's go.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yes.
So, you might have noticed something a bit different, and that is Frey, who's, if you can't tell, is literally like 3 feet from. Let's see. Yeah, that's weird.
Wow, quite noticeably not Frank.
Yeah, that's the thing is that is Frey and Frank. Although we often will say one of their names and both of them will say yes. This is a different person. Unfortunately, Frank is not here with us tonight to wrap up the event. He just got word this morning, and might notice he has been absent for much of the games today. Unfortunately, Frank has discovered that he has COVID and is going to be out because we pushed him out the door and said, rest, relax, leave.
Rest.
So please send all of the love to Frank because he deserves the world's biggest shout out. He is an amazing person and a huge, huge part of the organizer team. And GR wouldn't exist without him, and he needed to not be here. So we've taken over. It's a mutiny. But we are so excited to be here, wrapping up day 3, the final day of GR 2023, and I think I can speak for all of us when I say we are A, exhausted, and B,
Yep.
incredibly blown away by the support this year from not only everybody in chat in the community coming out to donate and to participate and change the outcomes of these games, because oh my god, without some of these donations, these games would have gone so differently. And also to all of the storytellers, all of the mods, all of the players, all of the host team, all of the back-end tech folk who are on standby in case anything broke for me. Because of all 3 organizers, the 3 of us, Frey, Frank, and I, poor Alice, not good enough internet, but that's okay. We're going to be handling the broadcasting aspect of the stream, and Friday, Frey and Frank's computers both broke. So, it was me. So if you noticed a lot of tech issues on Friday and then like none-ish on Saturday, that would be why.
Yep.
But in general, it's just been a very chaotic back end, but in an incredible way. And I'm so proud of everybody who worked to make this event happen. No matter how small it was, whether you donated $1 or whether you are one of our amazing storytellers or amazing staff members, this genuinely is the best and most put together I think GR has ever been. And those with tech issues and liars. True. there are so many words and so many things in my heart, and I am known around these parts as an expert bullshitter because I'm an improv DM. I do what I do, and it's very rare that I find myself, especially as someone with crazy ADHD, at a loss for words, but I am. And I mentioned yesterday, when we do one of these events, there's no real expectation for how much we're going to raise. It's just what we manage. You know, we'll raise what we can raise, and that's great. That's amazing. But there was part of me, and I won't lie, there was part of me that really, really wanted to hit that $1,161 milestone. To have that event-wide milestone of over $10,000 raised was, I don't know. There's just something in me really, really wanted it. And when we got so close yesterday and then broke through it today, I realized that although we weren't going to hit 2020 or 2021's event totals, which is not a surprise by any means, both of those were perfect storms in a certain way. Both of those events had so much going against them and for them to have made them what they are. But to see in a kind of like post 2021 GR world, to have been able to surpass GR 2023, which was an amazing event, but happened for a lot of us organizers and staff members at a very hard time in a lot of our lives, and just a hard time for the world in general. So many of us were so burnt out, but we pushed through and did that event anyway. And I look back on it and I love the event, but I still go, man, I could have done so much better. And I feel like this year we really did. And so the fact that we were able to push past the total for 2022's event is just like, I don't know. It just makes me feel like we're moving forward, and we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to keep doing better. And everybody, all of you are such a huge part of this. Not in terms of just where we're going, but where we've been. And I am so happy to be on this journey with everybody. And Cece, I see you in chat, and I'm looking forward to you coming back next year, hopefully. If things allow, I'm like, yes! Return! I see you! Seriously, though, thank you, everyone, so much. I want to let my other two organizer co-hosts here talk a little bit.
Hi.
Because I've talked so much, and I'm going to start crying if I don't compose myself, so please.
Would you like to go ahead?
Sure. I just am so blown away by this event. This was my first time as an organizer here. Not my first time with Greater Restoration, but first time as an organizer here. And it was just such an honor and so difficult but enjoyable situations to be put into, helping with GR. And just to see the turnout this year of 1,400 is just mind-boggling to me. And it's just been such an honor to play with you all, hear you all, see you all. And I especially want to thank my mod team. CC, I stole most of it from your notes. Thank you. They did excellent. I was blown away by how well my mod team did, and I made sure that they knew that pretty much every day. You guys just totally killed it, and I am so very proud to have gotten the chance to work with you.
I wanted you to go ahead and go first because I'm going to be a lot less graceful. But holy fucking shit, 1,400 is amazing. I'm sorry. That is the first thing that popped into my head the moment that we hit that number. I went, fuck. Okay, we got there. We actually got there. It's
it's wild. There's so many people I want to thank, and I've been thanking you endlessly throughout the whole weekend. Everyone who is a part of this, from players to staff to mods to the host team, like everyone who decided to show up, everyone who decided to donate at any point. The fact that this has happened, and it's happening, and that we've gotten here, we've broken a cumulative like 10K worth of donations running these events, and that's something. Wow. Oh god. That's a lot to think of. And I could not be happier to be a part of this.
I just want to very, very quickly, as much as I can here, go through and just thank some folks. And I want to thank Frank for so much. I literally would be here too long. Likewise, same goes Frey and Alice. Literally would be here too long. I want to thank Cece, even though you weren't able to participate as an organizer this year. You have left the event for us on the organizer team still in such a great shape that we were able to, like Alice said, steal a lot of your notes and just move forward with a lot of things. And I frequently, when setting up the new Discord server, when looking at things, would go, okay, what would Cece think about this? Because I know you'll be back, and I know of all of the organizers, you have always been one to be like, okay, let's go. And genuinely, it's looking forward to having you back. But I want to thank our moderators in Kyle, in Celine, in Strike, in Sam, pronouns in my bio. I want to thank all of our mods for being so amazing. I want to thank our onboard tech crew, although neither of them ended up having to step forward, and I ended up managing to kind of blitz through. We are collective total for me broadcasting. I think we are nearing about 27, 28 hours right now.
That checks out.
Which is like, so thank you, tech team, for being on deck for me no matter what I would need. I want to thank Gary and Mervin, both of you, so very much. I want to thank my amazing host team. I joke constantly, host team, best team. I love you all equally, but also host team, best team. I want to thank Witchy. I want to thank Selena again. I want to thank Panda for stepping in. I'd also like to thank, and just give a quick shout out to Wreck-It Raven, who was going to be a player, and I'm sure you saw in like the chat commands and in promotional materials and everything that Wreck-It Raven was going to be joining for the Eurydice Incident, but unfortunately bad weather made that impossible. Likewise, Raven was going to be on the host team as well. I just still want to give you a huge thank you and want to say I can't wait to actually be able to work with you and see you play next year. I want to give a huge thank to our art team in both Frey and Miss Rafiki. We hope you feel better soon, Miss Rafiki. And oh my god, there's so many people, and I'm just going to keep going. I want to thank all of our storytellers in Stephanie, in Prince, in Maria, in Keith, in, I guess, myself, in Frank, in, oh god, I'm missing somebody. Who am I missing? Somebody refresh me. No, am I not actually missing anybody? It's Sunday night. I want to thank all of our players. Let's see if I can get through everybody. In Kitty, That Gamer Share, Raven, Christy. I want to thank Kyle again, Chrysela, Shears, Sam. Oh goodness, I want to thank Celine. I want to thank Fuzzy Slippers, Sensitive Joy, Frank, again. I want to thank D&D Jordan Lee. I want to thank Jacob Duval. I want to thank Syrup, Waffles, Painting Pirate, Kira. I want to thank Panda again. Always Panda again. I want to thank John or Ryomasa, Wandering DM, Word Fangirl. I think yours in chat. Thank you. Archival Dust Bunny Anna. I want to thank Mervin, Jamie, Waffles. I already said that. Nix. And I think we're through. I think that's most people on staff this year. And so many others as well that made this happen. I want to thank everybody who came out to donate. If I went through that list, we'd be here too long. And I want to give a huge thank you to Take This for being such an amazing organization and letting us support you this year. We have just massive plans for GR. We had massive plans this year. Many of them came to fruition. Many of them were put on the back burner. We have even bigger plans for next year and even more time to see them come to fruition. And I really think y'all are going to love some of the things that we're playing out with. I think y'all love a lot of what we've got going on. And we're hoping to be gathering feedback on the event soon. There's a lot of things that we look at in hindsight and retrospect and go, this could absolutely be improved. But even then, it's just such an amazing chance to run this event every year. And GR 2024. Whoa. Y'all have anything else you want to say?
We'll be back before you know it.
Not wrong. We have regular content too. Frank's trying to run Humblewood for the usual game on Tuesday. I'm telling him not to, but we'll see if he listens to me.
I hope he listens, honestly.
We have regular content, like both stuff that's been ongoing and also a lot more ideas for like actual podcasts and things, as well as bringing over some major campaigns and also an actual running campaign from me. So if you liked Reunion, stay tuned. Maybe see a lot more of that, but less creepy, probably. But GR 2024 is going to be amazing. Keep an eye out. We're going to be everywhere before you know it. We're starting a lot more social media, and if you're interested in being on a marketing team for GR, call us.
I'm interested.
We
Hit
need
me
you.
up.
So, thank you, everybody. Again, I'm Derek or Tea House Tales. You can find me here. You can find me anywhere as Tea House Tales or on Twitter at Tea House Art. I don't really touch that place anymore because it scares me. Frey.
Yes. What was the format you just used?
Just talk.
You know what? Yes.
It's Sunday
I've
at 10
been
p.m.
Frey.
after 3 days.
You can find me as Sketchy Goblin or specifically Sketchy_Goblin on Twitter. And there should be my associated links for other platforms as well, like Tumblr, if I can actually start using it responsibly as a person. But, yeah, I post art whenever I can. Yeah.
And I'm Alice. You can find me pretty much nowhere online. I'm really bad about social media.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
You don't need it.
My ADHD, I just get on there and it just doesn't work out. The only place you can really find me is in the SRD&D stream, which will be returning hopefully this year.
I'm hoping. But thank you all so much again. Stay tuned. I can't say that enough. I can't say any of it enough. I think technically the Tiltify incentives closed like 17 minutes ago, but if we have any giveaways left that like stuff that didn't get given away, stay tuned. We'll tweet out, we'll post in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, Discord and chat will get you there. And we'll be reaching out and letting folks know that we'll reopen the incentives in case there's anything left. I don't know for sure, but you're all so amazing. You're all genuinely beautiful people, and I cannot wait to see you again. Bye, everyone.
Take care.
See ya.